Bende mi? Ses bende değil mi?
Evet. Şunu disable edeyim mi gerektir?
Ses nereden yükseldi? Kontrol falan değil mi? Doğru, sadece tuşa basıyorsun. Tamam.
Masada gitsin de maksası var mı?
Çeviri yapacağız burada. Bir de çeviriyi burada yapınlarla.
Öyle mi?
Toplantının çevirisini.
Tamam. Şu an dışarı bir mahsur var mı?
Yok. Buyurun. Ama en ufak, yani telefonunuz titremesi bile rahatsız eder yani.
Ha, siz şey yapın o zaman. Ne kadar süre yazıyor?
2.30'da bitiyor.
Tamam.
Arkadaşlar sorun isterseniz.
Tamam. Sıkıntı yok. Tamam. Tamam.
Alper'cim, ses kesildi. Acaba yayın devam ediyor mu? Koptuk mu? Kopmadık değil mi?
Kopmadık gibi duruyor.
Tamam. Herhangi bir YouTube şey açsana. Bir YouTube videosu aç. Hani şimdi geldi. Alo.
TÜRKONFED 23. Girişim ve İş Dünyası Zirvesi'ne hoş geldiniz. Bu yıl zirveyi dönüşüm zamanı ana temasıyla gerçekleştiriyoruz. TÜRKONFED'e bağlı 30 üye federasyon daha önce zirvelerimiz ev sahipliğinde gerçekleştiriliyordu. Sizler de biliyorsunuz, en son Hatay'da gerçekleştirilmişti.
The last one was conducted in Hatay, and after pandemic broke out, we decided to do it online. This is basically indicating that the time was right and important for transformation. And after pandemic, our life is changing. Health is at the focus of our lives, and we are more careful about the environment. And the way we conduct business is also changing. And today, we're going to talk about these things throughout the day. Our theme is the time for transformation. It is the 23rd of that meeting series, and TÜRKONFED is organizing this meeting and is contributing to this meeting in the last 4 years, especially its contribution is focusing on digital transformation. Today, when we look into our panels. Next generation production, digital transformation, and green transformation are the issues that we're going to talk about. These issues are very important, especially in the context of the Green Deal of the European Union. These issues are coming more to the fore across the globe. In the Green Transformation panel today, TÜRKONFED's take on a report on the Green Deal and SMEs report are going to be shared with the public by Associated Professor Nazlı Karamollaoğlu. Furthermore, when you go onto the website of TÜRKONFED, you can see this information on the website before the public sees it. Throughout the summit, we have a lot of important names, and I'd like to give you the names. We will have the first speaker as the Mr. Orhan Turan, the president of TÜRKONFED. He's going to deliver an opening speech. And then we will have TÜSİAD president, Mr. Simon Kozlowski. That is going to be the second opening speech. We will also have Mr. Alban Magyar, the president of SME United. You know, let me talk about the SME Union of Europe. TÜRKONFED is a member to this organization, and it is basically a representative organ for the business world, and it is representing a huge crowd. TÜRKONFED being a member to this organization is important in terms of the principles of good governance. So we see its reflections on the European Union. Another speaker of the summit is going to be Mr. Ambassador Nikolaus Meyer-Landrut, the head of European Union delegation to Turkey. And TÜRKONFED represents 274 associations and 440,000 companies. We are organizing this summit online. We have supporters and shareholders, and I'd like to give you their names. This main support comes from Istanbul Destek, Istanbul Private Enterprise, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and İşimi Yönetebiliyorum initiative is supporting this. The media sponsor is Dünya newspaper. I'd like to inform you before we start with the opening speech. We are going to have our social media tag Değişim Zamanı to reach out as many people as possible. You can see the broadcast on the TÜRKONFED's website, turkonfed.org. This is a website specifically prepared for that summit. We will have foreign guests who are going, and then we will have audience from outside Turkey. So we will have English broadcast on YouTube account of TÜRKONFED. The participation is free. But when you register, you'll be able to utilize the networking capacity of this summit. And one last thing, we start with the opening speeches. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Orhan Turan, the president of TÜRKONFED. And we have a small delay, and I'm sorry for that. Mr. Turan, the floor is yours.
Değerli başkanlar, değerli katılımcılar,
distinguished chairpersons and participants, dear friends, I salute you with health and love on behalf of TÜRKONFED. It is the 23rd Enterprise and Business Summit, and we are doing this online. And welcome to the meeting. Before we start with the summit, I'd like to say that the American president's declaration on the 1915 events have been less than fortunate, and we should leave the history to the historians, and we should get back to the playground of politics. These declarations are not acceptable by any means, and we share our sentiments with the Turkish public. We're going through a tough time, and we need a new leverage in terms of economy, from raw material to business processes, from management to the end customer, final customer. We have to establish an ecosystem that is focusing more on human and environment. Technology should also focus on human and environment, and it should increase efficiency as well. So a new welfare society is being planned. Our summit is going to talk about the steps of this welfare society. The new generation production and the Green Deal are what we're going to focus on. At national and international levels, from private sector to public authorities, we will have many speakers, and then it is going to basically create value for the journey of transformation for Turkey. Distinguished friends, we represent 26 regional and 4 sectoral, and we also represent 30 federations and 40,000 companies, and it is basically a roof for the largest industrialists and SMEs. So it is basically creating a valuable interaction between the shareholders and players. So from our foundation to today, in the 16 years from local development to development, from local development to democracy, from women's issues to entrepreneurship, from digitalization to green transformation, we conducted more than 50 field work, and we conveyed this results in every platform. We are organized in 16 different countries, and we have representation in Brussels, and we are a member to SME United. And with our shareholders, we are basically acting as a bridge between our country and Turkey. COVID-19 basically caught us unprepared as Turkey and as the whole world. It's been a year and the problems are far from being over. Vaccination entered our lives as an important source of hope, but across the globe, vaccination is not fast enough. And the speed of vaccination is basically indicating that pandemic is going to stay with us for some time. I think we failed as the people of the world in this test. The decrease in the reserves and the negative real interest and the fluctuations in the forex increased the vulnerability of the overall economics. In the last 20 years, we changed 4 chairpersons of the central bank, and there has been 3 different presidents for Turkish Statistics Institute, and this is decreasing the reliability of the management. I'm sorry, I'm COVID positive, so I have to drink water. It's my last day, basically. So economies are built on trust and stability, and for development, economic activities are not enough. Investments are basically directed to the trusted countries, and the investment flow goes to these countries, and trust is basically declared by democracy, rule of law, and independence of judiciary. And of course, the freedom of expression. These are the universal values, and they act as keys of stability and trust. For democracy to improve on institutional basis and as mentality, it is directly related to foreign direct investment and social welfare. with the economy policies that focus welfare rather than growth are important. For this, we need a monetary and finance politics that inspires trust. And we're basically going to have to take fast action. We have to walk the walk and not just talk the talk. Dear friends, in the last 3 centuries, Turkey's share from the world's economy changed from 0.7% to 1.1%. And we have to avoid 3 important traps. Middle income, middle democracy, and middle education. These are the traps that Turkey should avoid to get out of this situation. From the less income to middle income countries, many countries have transitioned from between different categories. South Korea and Taiwan, for example, freed themselves from this trap. We started the race in 1970s with South Korea, but they are in a better situation. So we have to have an overall development and leap forward. If we identify the problem wrongly, we will have far from the solutions. We have to learn from our mistakes, and this is how any solution starts. In the last 40 years, our country is not trying to decrease the risk, but it is focusing on decreasing the interest rate, and this is why we couldn't solve many issues, including the inflation. So it is time for permanent reform, not palliative solutions. Our biggest asset, the youth, they should be persuaded for a reverse brain drain, and this is how we can establish our democracy better. Creative ideas, enterprise, and innovation basically come out of the societies that enable critical thinking. And of course, women's power is a very important asset in this regard. On the basis of gender equality, the mental and cultural transformation should be done through a systemic transformation. Violence is basically it basically destructs human rights, and we invite the shareholders to follow the Istanbul Agreement. We had an expansion with the low credit costs in 2020, and this year there's an increase in the credit cost, and SMEs are having problems in financing. It is very important that the SMEs have access to financing, and the support reflects in the field. The short-term payment should be extended until the end of the year, and the real sector is expecting that to happen to survive in the pandemic. Tourism and service sectors were heavily affected by the pandemic, and the small enterprises should utilize rent more, and this is basically going to make our economy more resilient. A correct step came yesterday. A 3-week complete shutdown came, and the solidarity is more needed in such times. Cash flow and access to financing for SMEs have been very important. And since 2011, we basically say that think the small first, because the SMEs are more fragile and they are more vulnerable to economic problems and pandemics like COVID-19. In our country, we have 7,000 large companies and 3.2 million SMEs, and 92% of the enterprises are small-sized companies. So SMEs are an important part of the supply chain of the large companies, and they also do 41% of the export. In the global supply chain, in the last 4 months, there is a significant interruptions and we are also having a container problem at the global level, and this is affecting the exporters negatively. Every second lost in logistics is bringing another cost to exporters and SMEs. The exporting companies should be supported in terms of logistics, and in the mid-run, our country needs an integrated strategic plan. The process of pandemic in the supply and raw material chain, we have unprecedented risk, and this is also bringing opportunities for the countries that take agile action. You know, as I say, in the region between Germany and China, there's no country that can compete with Turkey in terms of production. If we want to make our vicinity to European Union and Middle East into an advantage, we have to optimize our companies and we have to take effective and fast operations. Distinguished friends, in our blue planet where the resources are scarce, we are not only talking about economic transformation, but we're also talking about crises stemming out of climate change. And the resource problem, the scarcity of resources is basically indicating that the economic system should not survive as it is. We should provide for our needs in a balanced way, and we should have a new vision that focuses on social welfare and development. So Green Deal of the European Union and the Green Order of the United States are changing the game itself, not just the rules of the game. So the economic relations that are going to be established in the new period, well, we will have new regulations in the export and overall relations. And as Turkey, the digital transformation is going to act as a leverage for SMEs, and circular economics, carbon boundaries, and climate agreements are important for our common future, and we should take action right away. The Green Deal of the European Union is basically seen as a growth strategy as well, and the necessary policies that focus on high added value and high efficiency should be implemented. And as country, with the agreement putting into practice, we will have the opportunity to utilize the funds of the European Union coming from the Green Deal. The policies that focus on SMEs will accelerate the process, and this is a must. The Green Deal is important in terms of refreshing the customs union, and it looks like a right and comprehensive solution set. For Turkey to stay in the game, the leadership and awareness created by the business world is important. In the past week, there was a declaration of agreement on the climate policies of the European Union, and the carbon neutral policies until 2050 is indicating that. In the course of last 4 years, as you know, we created awareness on digitalization in Anatolia. And we are guiding the transition and transformation of the companies in digitalization. And we are basically guiding them to prepare for the Green Deal as well. The Green Deal of Europe is going to be detailed in the Green Transformation panel today. Dear friends, the we believe that the institutions that create utility and benefit will be sustainable. And as TÜRKONFED, with our members, we focus on strong women, strong society, strong economy, and strong democracy. We will be working and producing to this end. And in this regard, TÜRKONFED is going to publish a report prepared by Associated Professor Nazlı Karamollaoğlu, and we will have other academics that support that. The SME United President Alban Agyar is going to be with us today, and we will have the ambassador of the EU, Mr. Nicholas Meyer, and we will have representatives from business world, academy, and civil society, and I appreciate their attendance. The main supporters of this summit is Istanbul Portföy, and we will have KAS and İşimi Yönetebiliyorum, and we will have İzocam EFES to support us, and we will also have Arzum Okka and Dünya Daily to support us today. I'd like to thank Hakan Güldağ and Vahap Munyar for their moderating today. Thank you very much. Stay safe, stay with love. You know, I don't speak with such a low tempo, but I'm COVID positive and it's my last day, so I'm a little bit slow. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Mr. Orhan Turan for his speech, and he underlined the importance of sustainability and sustainable economy. Of course, in that sense, small businesses are very important for green economy and green transformation and how they can apply the green economy. Of course, after the pandemic, small-scale companies will be one of the most affected of the pandemics, and of course 3 months long short working hours payments should be increased and improved, and because these industries are one of the most affected industries from the pandemic, they are saying that they should also be helped by the government with their payments. And we are going to continue with another opening speech. Mr. Simon Kaslowski will be talking. He is the president of the TÜSİAD. Go ahead, Mr.
Sevgili Başkan, tekrar geçmiş
Dear
olsun.
President, I would like to wish you well. Dear members of TÜRKONFED and dear listeners, this is the 23rd Enterprise and Business Summit of TÜRKONFED, and I'm very happy to be with you all right here today. We have been together almost for 25 years, a quarter century, and to be able to help our country's growth and economy, I think these summits that get together are very important for our country. And today, all the dynamics of the economics are being changing. And I think the theme of this year's summit, the fact that it is a transition, is very important, I think. Before starting with our speech, I would like to remind everybody and great leader Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, and I would also like to congratulate 23rd of April Children's Days. Dear listeners, now we see a lot of big changes are happening for economy because of the situation that we're. The main themes are changing: digital transformation, green industry, and differentiating economic system is coming. And now, during these times, Turkey has economical problems within them, and I think they shouldn't be left behind. Turkey shouldn't be left behind of these main teams. Right now, we are still discussing interest rates and global uh, rates, and we are gonna have to go on to the other problems and continue with deciding on other issues. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep our place in global economic scale. Mm, Of course, on the other side, the other economic scales and strategies are constantly changing, and this doesn't allow us to be able to see the future and plan. Of course, unemployment numbers are increasing rapidly, and unemployment has almost reached to 28%, and this is a very difficult times that we are going through. In last week, I definitely think that the short working grants are very positive, and I think the employment issue should be focused on. Unemployment and the price of living, cost of living is not just a problem for today, it's also a problem for the future. And in this manner, we need to take big steps and we have to improve. There is also an inflation problem that we have to solve on the table. To be able to solve this basic and most important problem, we have to have the monetary policy and we have to have a disciplined central bank. And to be able to fight with the inflation, our central bank has to use their equipments and tools in every way possible. If we are not successful with fighting against inflations, we cannot solve any macroeconomical problems. We have to accept this clearly and we have to move towards this problem. Otherwise, to finance growth in the mid to long term, we will not be able to reach the funds and resources in the future, and employment problems will even be a bigger problem. Every year, our country has a need for foreign currencies, about $200 billion, and we have to make it easier for our countries reach of foreign countries. We have to have sustainable monetary policy to be able to make this possible. Policies like expanding the reserves will not solve any structural problems, and on the other hand, this will make our country more vulnerable for other powers and effects. The important point is lowering the risk premiums of the country. Of course, there can be mistakes that has been made, but we have to be able to transition to proper policy if there is any problems have been made. Other than that, we have to achieve the political power of the employment issue. We had a conservative monetary policy and we had lowered our country's risks, and of course we had also lowered the interest rates of middle to long term investments. If we can achieve that again, we can again improve our economy with investment and employment and growth. Dear participants, the pandemic is of course affecting the chains, and they're also creating new opportunities for us. The EU and USA we have to work with them, and we have to improve our systems. Turkey has an industry that has been integrated in the EU, and if we improve this integration, we can be a lot more powerful for the European economy, and we can take place in the European economy. For the business world, in the short term, political problems are affecting our long-term economic powers. We have to have a strategical point of view. In the recent weeks, there has been a European Union summit, and what they explained is against everything, they're also talking about a positive subjects, and we hope that it will be positive. They are trying to update the customs agreements and removal of, for example, visas, for example, should be taken with a great importance and care. Since 2015, the changing focuses, and if we were to take a look at the global context, we have to be clear about our expectations about the customs and agreements. Our services, agriculture, and investment areas problems should be solved about this the custom agreement. Turkey should be included in monetary deciding areas, and we have been defending these solutions for a long time, and the importance of these solutions are increasing every day. To improve and accelerate the economic improvement and lowering the pandemic's effect, we have to take new steps, and this is the most effective formula to achieve this. Dear participants, the manufacturing is changing rapidly. In the developments about the green production in Europe, and from agriculture to logistics and other tools and parts of the economics are changing constantly. Fight with the climate change, even though it is very hard to do in pandemic, they are still focusing on that. In the November, they will have a COP20 meeting, and they will show that the determination and power that environmental transition has in that meeting. And we know that the EU is also taking a leading step about environmental issues on this problem. Climate Leaders Summit is also talking about the financial institutions, the investment institutions, and they are saying that the investments should be also focusing on green economy and manufacturing. The European Union has a target to be climate neutral in 2050. And when you think about the volume of European economy and their partners in economy, this is also something that we have to focus on. As companies, we have to be sustainable, more environmentally friendly, and we have to include them in our processes. We have to improve our usage of energy, and we have to transition in a more green productive production. In all the industries that are transforming into green economy, there will be investment opportunities for these green economy investments. And also, for the transformation of the energy systems, there will be grants and improvements about the green energy usage. And I think the initiatives that the companies will take are very important and noteworthy. We have to keep with these initiatives, and we have to make our country in a leading environmental country. Of course, COVID-19 pandemic has been a unique experience for all of us. For this problem, the speed of reaching market and also having sustainability and the importance of sustainability has been experienced from the first hand. Of course, the most important tool for this is digitalization. To digitalize supply chain, to be able to get the advantages of digitalized supply chain, we have to also get new data provided, and only the companies that are focusing on data and getting value out of data can keep their powerful positions. Quality data and ability to access improved technical systems are very important, and it is possible to make this into our economic system. In the European Union, they are discussing a new data model for the European Union, and we should definitely follow them closely. Cloud infrastructures, AI, cybersecurity are very important parts of the digital transformation, and it's very important to keep our competitiveness in this area. And this is a very wide area, and this also includes improving the bandwidth systems in Turkey and education systems and the protection of personal information, supporting the technological usage of the small businesses, and many more things are included in this. And maybe one of the most important digital transformation area is fintech, and our company has a great infrastructure about this industry, and conceptually, I think the future of this industry will be great, and our politics and policies should be positive for this area, because this area will have a very important effect on the financial industry. Dear participants, the key to success in our day is being ready to transform and change, and also dynamic value chains. Powerful companies, successful companies are not just only improving through production, but they are creating common values through collaborations and partnerships. We used to now see that success was defined as being in the front against their competitors, but right now having connections are very important. The shortening lifespan of the products and the need for R&D are making companies more resistant, and makes them need to create a better production system. Big suppliers and producers are making it possible for innovation to happen with their collaborations between academics and other education systems. I think our collaborations are very important. Dear participants, I think one of the most important part of the transition, and maybe the hardest one, is the transition of the mind. Without this, we will not reach any transformation in a level that we would prefer. No transformation can happen while leaving the half of the population behind. That's why I would like to talk about the equality in community. I think gender equality in our country is one of the very important parts for our development and transformation. The pandemic changed the working conditions, and we can see that the needs for women and men are different. And we have to be able to create effective solutions for these, and we have to close the gender gap and differences, and maybe generate some opportunities from these problems. And about from the education to joining the workforce, and also we have to fight with traditional views and glass ceiling problems, and we have to transition outside of these problems, and we have to work for it. I think both TÜSİAD and TÜRKONFED are very important. I think their collaboration is very valuable, especially for violence against women. we don't have any patience. Dear participants, for many transitioning areas as the business world, we have to think about a lot of subjects and points. Now, I would like to already congratulate for this summit, today's summit, and I hope it will be successful, and hopefully we will meet in healthy days that we can see each other in the physical world. I'm also sending you all my greetings and respects. President of the TÜSİAD, we would like to thank him, Mr. Simon Kalskowski. He has given us the perspective of TÜSİAD, and I also underlined the green economy transformation and sustainable monetary policies also in the European relations, the importance of the monetary policy. He has talked about it, and we would like to thank him, and we will continue with our other speaker, our main speaker, Mr. Alban Magyar is joining us from Brussels, and he is the president of the SME United from Europe. This is a big, very important organization, and they have 24 million businesses and 95 million employees in this organization. The president is here with us right now. I would like to give the stage to the Alban Magyar.
Okay. Well, everybody is listening to me, I suppose. So, dear President Turan, President Kozlowski, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for inviting me at the Enterprise and Business Summit. It is a great pleasure to join this event, even if online. I must say I would have preferred a lot to be together with you, but it's impossible. And I hope that in a near future we'll be able to meet. So first, I would like to introduce briefly SME United, the Association of Crafts and SMEs in Europe. SME United is close to 70 members. On the one hand, national SME organizations in all EU member states except Czech Republic, and other European countries like Andorra, Norway, UK, Ukraine, and Turkey. And on the other hand, we represent European sector federations, for instance, food, retail, construction, transport, etc. One of our distinguished members is, of course, TÜRKONFED, that I am happy to count among our membership. And I must say I have very friendly relationships with their representatives. And it's great to have that kind of knowledge of one another. And especially as Turkey has more than 3.5 million SMEs, contributing to 62% of the country's GDP, the Turkish economy is definitely shaped by SMEs. So I've been asked to say a few words about the pandemic, about the twin transition and sustainable finance, and I will start immediately tackling the first point, which is pandemic impact. Well, I know that in many conferences, people start to think of different things when we're over 7 minutes and 30. So I will try to do my best not to overpass these limits, but it will be a little more, I fear. So first, the pandemic impact. Second will be the twin transition, and third will be sustainable finance. So the first point is the impact of the pandemic on the small business community, that is to say, your small business community and European small business community at large. So we can say that COVID-19 brought the whole planet in front of unprecedented challenges. And in addition to the large number of human losses and the intense pressure that is going on the healthcare systems, the coronavirus has been a crash test for the world's economy. The SME United Barometer published on the 15th of March, that is to say a little more than 1 month ago, shows that European SMEs are still in a recession after a slight recovery during early autumn of 2020. SMEs are confronted with high uncertainty given the volatile situation and hence unknown duration of lockdowns. They also suffer more from this crisis than larger companies, since SMEs dominate sectors heavily impacted, such as personal services, hospitality, tourism, retail. So SME United advocates to keep the support measures in place as long as confinement measures apply. Additionally, we ask for instruments to rebuild investment capacities of SMEs. And through early warning mechanisms, SMEs in difficulties should be able to access impartial advice to restructure. It's all about rebound and second chance. So now I would move to the second point, which is the twin transition. We have to together to look at the future. SMEs have to prepare for the digital and green transformation. And especially now, an elaborate strategic approach is required. The European Union put in place the Next Generation EU program, providing 650 billion euro of additional investment. a substantial amount should go to the digital and green economy. It goes without saying that this massive change must be made with and for SMEs. Digital transformation clearly accelerated during the COVID-19 pandemic, well, that is to say, starting 1 year ago. And many SMEs made giant steps towards digitalization, introducing new business models, new processes, and new strategies. Green transformation is the other big challenge for enterprises. The European Green Deal aims to make the EU's economy sustainable by turning climate and environmental challenges into opportunities. SMEs already take numerous initiatives in circular economy, resource efficiency, eco-innovation, etc. However, more steps need to be made to achieve a more sustainable and inclusive growth. SME United combines two avenues to allow SMEs to make this double transformation. First, an enabling legal framework, and second, a facilitating environment. At first, we should put in place an enabling legal framework. This must guarantee a technology-neutral, fair, and flexible approach. In digitalization, this should ensure a level playing field between big and small players. Small companies must have access to data, which has become a precondition, a prerequisite to compete. Without data, SMEs can no longer continue their services to customers, for example, in car repair, lift maintenance, etc. Moreover, this should also provide them the right setup to develop new products, services, and review business models. A similar view applies to the digital market and the way gatekeepers' platforms act in their relationship with providers on their platform. On the other hand, we are cautious putting too many regulatory burdens on SMEs. Their investment capacity is heavily impacted by the crisis, and SMEs work within specific investment time frames. When a baker invests in a new oven today, he works with a depreciation period of 5 to 10 years. Authorities should take this into account when they impose new rules. The baker will not be able to invest in a new oven 2 years from now or change his car from a diesel one to an electric one. Secondly, after the legal framework, we have to develop a facilitating environment. The right scene should be created for greening activities and consolidating digitalization. Entrepreneurs and their staff should acquire the right skills to integrate digital technologies and greening in the business model. Governments should invest in sufficient training facilities to allow upskilling and reskilling. To make the transformation, we also need the appropriate infrastructure in place. You cannot develop e-commerce without broadband or decarbonize without charging facilities for electric vehicles. Standards will play an important role to ensure interoperability and links between, for instance, waste and reuse of material. If SMEs are to be on board, and they have to be, standards must be SME friendly. That is why SME United supports the work of SBS, Small Business Standards. to show SMEs the added value of standards and motivate them to participate in the standardization process. Furthermore, public procurement accounts for a significant part of GDP. Authorities can incentivize to go green and digitalize by integrating these in their buying policy. They must also make public procurement more accessible for be done by paying in time, dividing in lots, etc. Finally, raising awareness about the opportunities arising from this transition is equally important. Exchange of best practices, provision of tools, and technical assistance should be available and easily accessible for entrepreneurs. So I'm now reaching the third point after the pandemic impact and this twin transition, which is about sustainable finance. We need an enabling business environment in which green ideas can be easily developed, financed, and brought to market. To this extent, many types of funding and investment vehicles are available. I refer to loans, microfinance, and guarantees or equity funding through venture capital funds, business angels, or social investors. Nevertheless, a recent Commission's proposal on sustainable finance and taxonomy might bring negative repercussions for SMEs. The taxonomy regulation determines criteria to assess whether an activity is eligible to be categorized as sustainable. And in the future, this will have a consequence on whether or not finance can be obtained. Linked to these criteria, companies will have to report on their activities to be categorized as sustainable or not. And even if SMEs are not directly in the scope, due to the trickle-down effect, they might be asked by large companies or banks to report as their supplier or in the frame of a loan application. To prevent different reporting templates, we are asking for simplified and voluntary reporting requirements. These SME standards should be designed based on the Think Small First principle. As such, the sustainability reporting framework should take into account the specificities of SMEs and not just transfer those of the listed SMEs or large reporting entities. To this extent, the European standards people should work first on adequate standards for SMEs. Moreover, reducing additional burdens is a priority. In this regard, we demand that already existing data and information should be used as much as possible. With a positive outlook to the continuation of our cooperation, especially between SME United and TÜRKONFED, I would like to conclude with a famous quote: "The future is not something we enter, the future is something we create." And I am confident with your contribution, a brilliant future is coming for SMEs in general and for Turkish SMEs in particular. Thank you for your attention.
Evet, Avrupa KOBİ Birliği Yönetim Kurulu Başkanı Sayın Alban Magyar'e teşekkür ediyoruz. Brüksel'den bize bağlandı ve
Alban Magyar was with us. He connected from Brussels and he talked about the new generation production and green transformation, digital transformation. These are important issues, and he also mentioned the guiding role of the Green Deal. We will have a 10-minute break now, and then after the break, we will start the first panel. We're going to start with the new generation manufacturing panel, and then we will have green transition and digital transformation panels throughout the day. And we have Dönüşüm Zamanı as the hashtag on social media, and you can have your shares. Now, I'd like to show you some visuals that involve the supporters of the summit. We have a break for now.
Taşımacılıkta çözüm ortağınız DFDS. 150 yıldan uzun süredir milyonlarca işletme, onlar için önemli olanın deniz yolu, demir yolu ve karayoluyla taşınmasında bize güveniyor. Eşsiz taşıma ağımızla büyük ya da küçük tüm taşımacılık ihtiyaçlarınıza Akdeniz ve Avrupa genelinde hizmet veriyoruz. Gelişimin yayılması için faaliyet gösterdiğimiz her yerde yatırım yapıyoruz. Karmaşık süreçleri basitleştiriyor, işletmenizin ve tedarik zincirinizin niteliklerine özel taşımacılık çözümleri üretiyoruz. Kuzey Afrika'yı Avrupa ve Türkiye'ye bağlıyoruz. Demiryolu, deniz yolu ve karayolunda rekabetçi ve sürdürülebilir taşımacılık hizmetleri sunuyoruz. İtalya, Yunanistan ve Fransa'daki limanlarımız üzerinden 5 rotada 15 büyük ro-ro gemisiyle faaliyet gösteriyoruz. Trieste limanındaki serbest liman düzenlemeleri ise burayı doğal bir ticaret merkezi haline getiriyor. Siz nerede olursanız olun, ekip arkadaşlarımız tam olarak ihtiyaç duyduğunuz hizmeti sağlamak için aralıksız çalışıyor. Sorumluluk sahibi, esnek ve işbirliğine yatkın bir ekip olarak kesintisiz, kaliteli hizmet sağlıyor, müşterilerimize karşı özen, bağlılık ve saygıyla hareket ediyoruz. DFDS, we move for all to grow.
Ofiste herkesi etkilemek sanattır. Burada sanatçı, patron, şirketin geleceğini ben düşünürüm demek istemiş. Burada ben kendi ayaklarımın üzerinde dururum demiş. Burada sanatçı, şirketin tüm yükünü omuzlarım demek istemiş. Detaylardaki kusursuzluğa bakınca Arzum ile ütü tam bir sanat işi. Akıllı buhar teknolojisi, turbo buhar pompası, iyonize tavanı ile Arzum Steam Art, ütü sanatı.
Doğada her canlı kendisi ve sevdikleri için güvenli ve yaşanabilir yerler tasarlar. Bu tasarımların hepsinde soğuğa, yağmura, güneşe karşı koruma sağlayan, yaşamın kaynağı olan enerjiyi koruyan en önemli unsur yalıtımdır. Bu yüzden yaşam konforuna ve enerji tasarrufuna yönelik yalıtım çözümleri sunmak için 1965'ten beri yalıtımın başarıyla arkasındayız. Yalıtım sektörünün lider şirketi olarak her sene ISO ilk 500 listesine giriyor. Brand Finance raporuna göre Türkiye'nin en değerli 100 markası arasında yerimizi alıyoruz. Geniş bayi ağımız ve ihracat kapasitemizle her sene daha da büyümeye ve ülke ekonomisine katkı sağlamaya devam ediyoruz. Türkiye'de yalıtım ve enerji tasarrufu bilincini yaymaya sağ olasınız hocam diyerek başladık. Bugün yaklaşık 300 bin metrekarelik alana sahip tesislerimizle, 6 farklı satış müdürlüğümüzle ve 700'ün üzerinde çalışanımızla faaliyet gösteriyor, ülke ekonomisine güç katıyoruz. Dilovası Taş Yünü Tesisi, Tarsus Cam Yünü ve Foamboard Üretim Tesisleri, Eskişehir Elastomerik Kauçuk ve Polietilen Köpük Üretim Tesisi, Gebze Gepkim Foamboard İzopor Tekiz Panel Üretim Tesislerinde, bina ve tesisat için yalıtım malzemeleri üretmenin yanı sıra vagonlardan evlerimizde kullanılan fırınlara, yangın kapılarından güneş kolektörlerine kadar geniş bir alanda ısı, ses ve yangın yalıtım ürünleri üretiyoruz. Çevreye ve insan sağlığına duyarlı, kaliteli üretim anlayışıyla tüm üretimlerimizi küreselleşen dünya standartlarına uygun olarak gerçekleştiriyoruz. Çevre, iş sağlığı ve güvenliğine çok önem veriyoruz. 56 yıldır 200 milyon tonun üzerinde petrole eşdeğer enerji tasarrufu sağladık. 650 milyon tonun üzerinde karbondioksitin atmosfere salınımını önledik. Başarılıyız ve başarılarımızla gurur duyuyoruz. Çünkü yaptığımız işin ne kadar önemli olduğunu biliyoruz. Türkiye'de yalıtım sektörünün öncüsü olmanın ötesinde güvenli, konforlu ve yaşanabilir bir dünya tasarlıyoruz. Ar-Ge ve inovasyona verdiğimiz önemle bugünü çevreye saygılı sürdürülebilir üretim anlayışımızla ve yalıtım bilincini yaygınlaştırarak yarınları yaşanabilir kılıyoruz. Bu yüzden de işimizi çok seviyor, yalıtımın arkasında biz hocam var demekten büyük gurur duyuyoruz.
TÜRKONFED 23. Girişim ve İş Dünyası Zirvesi'ne tekrar hoş geldiniz ve zirvenin ilk paneli...
Welcome back to our summit, and our first panel will be starting soon. We will talk about the new generation manufacturing panel. Of course, what will be discussed in the panel, I would like to summarize and start. Of course, technology is constantly developing, and also sustainability and new generation manufacturing and ecosystems are changing and transforming, and sustainable energy. And now these developments are making new generation manufacturing a must. And of course, with the technology and digitalization, this is a accelerating transformation, especially in the 2019 targets of European Union. New digital ecosystems are also gaining importance, and TÜRKONFED is also focusing on these. These will be discussed in this panel, and important names from the business world are joining us from in this panel. It will be very exciting. And dear Mr. Wahap Munyar, Dünya Newspaper General Coordinator, will be the moderator of this panel.
efendim iyi ve sağlıklı günler dileyerek
Hello everybody, I wish healthy days for you and we will be starting the first panel of today. Of course, we will be discussing new generation manufacturing and who are joining us today. Cotton co-chair and founding partner Gülden Yılmaz, Sütaş chairperson Muharrem Yılmaz, and FIBA Group chairperson Murat Özyeğin are with us today. Right now, I would like to start with the ladies, and I would like to start with Ms. Gülen. As we have said, this is a time of transition. We are talking about new generation of manufacturing. You are in the textile industry, and in your industry, how does the models improving and the green transformation and digital transformation, how are they going on in your industry? Of course, you are also a part of the European economy. Our exports are 50% to Europe. How can we continue to integrate with Europe, and how can we compete? Go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Wahab. It's very nice to see you again, and hello everybody and all the listeners. I would like to start with, what we thought is we are the last generation that has used the resources of the world as if they were infinite. Of course, nature has a cycle to regenerate itself, and humans are affecting this cycle, and we need to create our new systems and plans, because if we continue as we are, we won't be able to sustain our world. And of course, all the manufacturing, production, and consumption has to be in line with nature, and we are trying to find ways for this. Of course, I think the only way that can be possible is creating a civilization that also regenerates itself. So as you can see, the European Union and the United Nations and other countries all are trying to achieve this with regulations and new summits and talks and agreements. And this, after behind these targets that have been created by the European Union for the green economy and digitalization, I think this has to be accepted and understood by everybody. As the business world, our industry, textile industry, is one of the most affected industries because of the green economy and manufacturing. Of course, the pandemic affected our industry as well, and we are trying to transition into the digitalization and new systems in the pandemic. Of course, there is a lot of effort being given about the transition into green. We hope to lower our carbon emissions by 50%, and in 2050 we hope to reduce it to zero. And all the companies that are exporting to the European Union will have carbon regulations and carbon taxes. We are going to be facing these if we cannot lower our carbon emissions. Of course, our industry is one of the most affected from these changes. Why? Because the textile industry are causing about 1 million to 2 million tons of carbon emission. And what we realize is 60% of carbon emission can be from the textile industry. In the last 15 years, the cloth manufacturing has doubled, and the lifetime of the products have been lowered by 36%. And one of the most biggest emission generators are textile, and we are of course being focused on because for these green agreements. We are the 5th place in the world, and we have in the textile manufacturing, the cloth the manufacturing is about 60% of it. We are not a really environmentally friendly. There are problems with cotton generation and production, and also water usage. We will not be giving up European market. So we are gonna have to be in line with these regulations. We have a lot of production capacity and we are very close to the European countries. And I think these transitions are not risks, they are opportunities, because as somebody who's in the industry, I can see how quickly we are able to transform, lowering our water consumption and using renewable resources. And there are many companies that are making these changes, and we should focus on them. Of course, for the gene production, and we have a lot of water consumption, and I think the producers that are the most ready to be able to transition into more greener manufacturing systems are in our country, and gene manufacturers are ready to be able to change their manufacturing systems. As we have said, the respect for our world is very important, and we target to improve our systems to be able to be more sustainable. And by using these technologies, we are trying to lower our water consumption for our gene productions. And of course, in our sustainability mission, we have also selected Şahit Ercüman, our national sportsman, is our face of our sustainability efforts, and we have a lot of great collaborations with him. Of course, these sustainability collections are about 7.5% of our total production. And in addition to using these technologies, we are also there's an international attempts being made, and we are the first brand in Turkey that has joined BCI, and we are increasing the usage of environmentally friendly materials for our production. And of course, in Surya Saygı's collections and our other designer collections, we are using environmentally friendly materials in about 90%, from the buttons to materials and to the suppliers. We are trying to lower the consumption of chemicals and water. Of course, these are not enough by themselves. One of the subjects that is very important for our country is recycling and circular economy. There are a lot of regulations in the European Union, and recycling in the textile industry will be very important, and keeping the products in use as long as possible is one of the greatest principles. And right now, only 1% of the material can be recycled in textile. And in starting from 2025 in the United States, recycling of the textiles will be separated from other recycling, and it will be forced. Of course, in the social media right now, as my friends, of course, discussed this, we are gathering these trash materials, but using them is very hard. In Europe, will not be able to keep them and gather them for a long time. And I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, but for example, there are recycling in other materials. For example, felts are used. Is that not enough? That is not enough. This is a giant industry. For example, Uşak is very important for this, for generation of these materials, production of these materials. And in cotton, we are constantly, every minute, we are going after the recyclable materials. How can we use it for tricots on jeans? How can we use it for braided systems? And of course, the resources are very scarce, and plastic materials are also have that, from plastic bottles, for example, recycled plastic bottles. Right now, they are generating and producing plastic bottles to be able to recycle them and turn them into fibers. I think Cortex started in our area. It's not from the used plastic bottles. They need so much plastic bottles. They are producing plastic bottles to recycle them. We have used in one of our creations as well, but to reach that fiber is very hard. Of course, the circular economy is very important as well, and the recycling should be improved, and we should be recycling our trash in Turkey as well, and also we should make them rejoin the economic systems. And there are a lot of different fish materials or fruit materials or different materials are used to be able to use as a resource after recycling and created fibers. In this process, of course, tagging is very important, and recycling and sortation of the recycled materials. Of course, there might be a trash agreement made with the European Union so that we can get their recycled materials. Of course, in this business, women can get some employment. You have talked about trash, purchasing of trash, right? We purchase trash, right? Yes, yes. I know other industries are also doing that, papers and, materials, metal materials. We are the first number one in the world. Now, in this point, of course, we will also continue to buying more trash, but we are going to say that we will purchase your trash, but you are going to have to purchase our textile products. Uh, Having these agreements are very important for our country's economy. And also, this can create jobs for women as well in the recycling systems. I would also like to underline that sustainability law is very important, and also in our manifest for respect for life, we have talked about it as well. And for 6 years, the GAP and UNDP is continuing to use their projects, and the project is one of the best projects about this system. And women in southeastern Turkey are generating incomes through these projects, and for societal gender equality, we are talking with European committees. Our project are also home wives projects, and to be able to get women stronger economically and socially, I would like to take attention to these projects at the end of my speech. Thank you very much. We will return to you, of course. I would like to start with Murat Özdeğin first. Now, let's continue with energy, if you would like. You are one of the important energy investors, and you're increasing the capacity of your energy systems. You're also we would like to get your opinions and ideas about the green agreement with your position and study with the TÜSİAD system. Thank you very much, Mr. Murat, and thank you, Gülden, Miss Gülden. I've learned a lot from your speech. We have the franchising systems, and we are not realizing the developments in the production side. Thank you for letting us know. As the FIBA group, about 11 years ago, we have started giving investments for wind and solar energy systems. And of course, one of the first projects that we have done in Turkey made us realize that there are a lot of solar energy potential and wind energy potential in Turkey. Of course, the wind speed and sustainability, and also sustainability of the solar energy is great in Turkey. And of course, if we were to utilize these potential with some backing from the public servants and the legal system, we have great capacity and we can develop a lot of renewable energy systems. And right now, we are one of the biggest players in the top three, I think. As also you are also said, in Van and Istanbul, we have also generated new plants that generate 200 megawatts. One is very important. This is the area, the wind energy plant is the highest in the world, and in that height and in our eastern area, we can see that how healthy. Where in one is that plant? In the Bağlama area of one. What was the? It's 50 megawatts. The I am not sure about the longitude, but it is highest in the Turkey. I think it might be 2,000 meters high. Yes, that's about it. And I think the area is very benefiting from this plant, and they are very happy about it. And this is the first wind turbines in the area. So this is a very important meaning for us as well. As I said, Balıkesir, Yalova, Istanbul, Sparta, Hatay, all around Turkey. Turkey's natural resources are great, wind and solar power are natural resources as well. We constantly say we don't have oil, but we do have an unbelievable renewable energy potential. So, and also in addition to that, as we talked about it in TÜSİAD for environment and energy, I'm also a manager about that, and we have another team for environment, another team for energy systems. And in the energy side, we are trying to work on predictability and sustainability, and in a sustainable way, in a futuristic way, and in a renewable way, we are trying to improve and digitize the systems. And all around this, we have a lot of different projects to improve the productivity of the energy systems and make it as sustainable as possible, as renewable as possible in a digital way, with the consumer focused. And we are not trying to make it a short-term goal, we are trying to make it a long-term sustainable system. And we are trying to make it a liberal system instead of publicly supported. And that's our project's focus right now. And as you have talked about it, the Green Transformation Agreement is very important for us in the European Union. Low carbon emissions are, I think, the most important part of our aims. And I think all the sustainable solutions should be taken. And about the Paris Agreement and the European Green Agreements, we should not be left out. We have to be joining them. This is not acceptable, we cannot be left out. And being outside of the Paris Agreement can create big problems for us, and everything can change in over one night. Of course, this shouldn't be a target far in the future. This should be encompassing all the rules of the financing and commerce. We should be focusing on that, and we should discuss all the problems, and we should realize all the opportunities in this area instead of facing them unexpectedly. We should be prepared for it, and we should create a master plan and discussion plan for this, and we should be included in these developments and transitions. We should prepare in the best way we can, and our companies should be able to reach and access the green investment opportunities, and our companies should be able to get the certificates necessary from the green energy systems and green economy. We have to educate our industries, and we should allow them to allow them the opportunity to use these investments and grants that are tied to the green manufacturing systems, and we should face Europe and we should show that we are willing. We have a lot of materials about this, and in the last 10 years, we have a lot of materials and we have a great position. I think right now the 50% of the capacity is renewable right now. Of course, most of it right now is hydroelectricity, but others are also improving. Definitely, biomass is also improving a lot, and when we talked about it, everybody's surprised, and they don't know how far Turkey has come. Then, while we are doing that, we should also be included in international agreements and deals. We shouldn't be away from them. We should be on the table and we should be discussing with them. We should be joining them. We should realize all the opportunities and we should discuss all the opportunities. And, you know, in TÜSİAD, for example, right now, we're talking about the green agreement and we are talking with the energy systems, construction systems, or all other industries, and we are continuing to improve our industries. I think there will be great grants and investments and opportunities. We shouldn't be afraid of it. This is not a problem. This is an opportunity. We should be included in all the mechanisms of this systems there, and we should think of it as an opportunity, definitely. If you want, thank you very much. And even if we were trying to keep away from it, we cannot, because our commerce is connected to the European Union. So, you know, if they decide on the rules that way, they will be doing their purchasing depending on that. So this is not a luxury we can take. Thank you very much for your contributions. Dear Muharrem Yılmaz, I have left you to the end because you're the most experienced. We cannot hear you right now. Open your voice. I would also like to ask you the same question I asked to Ms. Gülden. From your eyes, from your perspective, in the industry that you are in, how are the new generation manufacturing improving and the digital transformation is, how can Turkey join the digital transformation? Also, you know, exports, the half of our exports are to the European countries. How can we keep being integrated? How can we compete with others?
Teşekkür ederim Vahap Bey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wahab. It's the 23rd Enterprise and Business Summit, and I wish you a successful one. We have the broadest and most inclusive voluntary representation organization here, and the success that they exhibited and the quality that they indicated is very impressive, and I appreciate that as a volunteer of TÜRKONFED. Starting from Mr. Orhan Turan, I thank everyone who put an effort into TÜRKONFED's success. I congratulate them, and I wish the continuation of the success. I think, yeah, he had the evil eye on him. He's trying to get over with COVID. I wish him healthy days. You know, Turkey is both an agriculture and industry country. So one of our legs is in agriculture, the other one is in industry. And our hands and our eyes are basically looking for ways of sustainability in doing business in both sectors and the rest of the economic machinery. How do we basically recycle the materials that we use? How do we contribute to environmental sustainability, and how do we get more inclusive in the workings of economic machinery? So without doing these, we're not going to be able to be sustainable. So in this regard, we follow the developments in the EU and the rest of the world, and we follow their visions and strategies. This is a must for us. In this framework, we're talking about the technology and digitalization. On the one side, we're trying to transition into Industry 4.0. And on the other side, we're trying to utilize internet and the systems of data collection and evaluation. We are trying to utilize automation and assembly lines that talk to each other. And on the other side, we have responsibilities for the society and the people. And we want to turn our institutions more effective on the way of Industry 5.0. So the technology is becoming more and more unmanned. And on the other side, we don't want to lose the creativity of the human factor. During these activities, we should keep our social responsibilities on mind, and we don't have the luxury to ignore these things, and we have responsibilities regarding the environment. So we cannot ignore the effect that we create on the environment. The global warming and scarcity of natural resources, well, we're keeping that in mind because our activities have environmental effects alongside the social ones. So at the beginning of 21st century, the whole world is thinking about certain things, from European Union to United Nations. We are all thinking about sustainable food systems. So there's a strategy that is called From Farm to Fork. And this basically lies at the center stage of the Green Deal. We have been calling this in a different way in Turkey, and we had it in our mind. So the European Union basically placed this concept into the center stage of its growth strategy. From Farm to Fork strategy involves the agricultural production and the rest of the production stages and consumption and the waste management. So it basically focuses on the sustainability of all these stages. In this framework, we should use less pesticides, we should use less chemicals, and we should improve our husbandry and support carbon farming. From the manufacture and distribution of the raw material, we should have a sustainable value chain, and we should offer limitations into the consumption rates, and we should decrease the plastic materials that are used in the food and beverage sector. And on the front side of the packaging, there should be the nutrition labels. We should decrease the waste and loss in the processes. And alongside that, we should also involve renewable energy. That is using waste material, for example, for energy production. This is where the world is headed. And in Turkey, we follow and understand that. We have the know-how to follow and understand and adapt to these changes. You know, from the farmer that has just 2 animals to big farms that basically manages thousands of animals. You know, we have this discrepancy in the agriculture sector, but we are aware of them, and we're trying to create opportunities out of them. we're trying to create opportunities as the opinion leaders and business people of the society. So how to adapt to this strategy as Turkey? We're going to have to upscale. The food sector is in a better shape in terms of its scales and the technologies that it utilizes. But in agriculture, we are a little behind. Scales are smaller, capital accumulation is low, and know-how is low level. We are far from digitalization in agriculture, and we are losing our HR. We have to be able to keep the youth in agriculture sector. So how are we going to integrate despite all these problems? I basically say we will integrate and integrate. There is no way out. There is no escape route from that. You know, the Green Deal and from farm to fork strategy, if we understand and adopt fast, we will keep the export doors to EU open, and we would also protect our domestic markets. If we can't do that, we cannot even maintain our domestic market because the customer is basically looking for the food security, and they are more interested in, you know, the natural and fresh products. From that point, we should respond to the rising demands of the consumers on that in Turkey, and we should expand in the international market. So this is the strategy to do that. So models and examples are growing up in Turkey in this regard. Of course, this is not just about the demand on food security. The pandemic, it is very important, of course. The pandemic indicated that. You know, sometimes we basically raid the markets and try to secure our food. The countries are acting not in different ways. They're looking for ways to secure the food. This is why I say we will integrate and integrate. So with this integration only, we can increase the productivity and efficiency in the food sector and respond to the demands of the society. The resources are scarce. Ms. Gülden mentioned how we have to deal with the scarce resources and create new solutions regarding them. We have to solve that issue. We have to manufacture more with scarce resources, and this manufacture should be secured in terms of the customer demands. So with this integration, even if we are not integrated to the EU in every field, we should strive in this direction. You know, I wish the EU opened more chapters in this regard, but at least with this Green Deal, they also realized that there's only one world and we have to protect it. You know, Turkey is one of the cradles of civilization, and we have to utilize the new capacity brought by the new technologies. So we have the background and culture. So how do we contribute, you said? And how do we compete, right? That's what you asked. So doing all this alongside securing our food, we could contribute to the food security of Europe, because there are millions in Europe that are following the same food culture with Turkey. And then we have the cultural depth in the food sector. you know, the depth of thousands of years, we have to promote this culture as well. For example, the yogurt, for example, it is developing and it's finding its place more and more on the tables. And many other food stemming from Anatolia will contribute to the rest of the world. If we establish the necessary systems, we can also contribute to the reduction of carbon footprint aimed by European Union. We have an experience, for example, we have facilities that are producing in gold standards, and we are selling the carbon surplus. So we can contribute in this regard to reduce the carbon footprint of the European Union. I don't know if I answered the question correctly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Gülden Yılmaz, I'll get back to you. You know, we have the skills in the HR for the next generation, the new generation production. What are you doing in this regard? In your sector, what's being done? I'll present a general perspective, and I can also give examples from Cotton. You know, with Industry 4.0, the HR structure is going to change, and there's going to be a new understanding in HR management. We were talking about that already. You know, a lot of works that are based on the physical power are being done by the automation. 50% of men and women in Turkey work in businesses with high automation capacity. Of course, human factor cannot be removed from the processes, you know, from problem solving to decision making. There are things that the machines cannot replace a human. So industry is having different expectations from this HR. You know, the new skills and abilities are being demanded, and people should basically be open to learning to adapt. You know, analytical and creative thinking capacity is going to come to the fore, and investing in the workforce is important in this regard. So this also brings an opportunity to create a gender balance in the labor force. I wish it evolves into a position where it should be. So this is an opportunity. So multilateral thought and multitasking, empathy, critical thinking, these are more female skills. And I think as the business world is going through a transition as such, information and mental power is going to come more to the fore. So women should be more educated in engineering fields, and that would basically improve their position in the new world. Entrepreneurship is going to rise. Technology, the services, and products are going to change. Social life is bringing a lot of opportunities. I'd like to underline that as an entrepreneur. You know, the entrepreneurial ecosystem is expanding. So there are newly rising opportunities for entrepreneurs. Another issue is with the pandemic, we accelerated the transition into the work models of the future. For example, many companies transitioned into remote working. I'm not just talking about the technology. There's also a culture of remote working. You know, this was on the agenda of the companies, but it was more of an item for a distant future. But pandemic forced us to do that. We're living in a country where adaptation capacity is high, and people take fast action on the face of necessities. So we took action, and you know, we created a framework. You know, we have to touch the clothes, we have to feel it to shape. Are we doing that in a limited fashion? But we do. Another problem, another issue is the leadership. and utilization of the existing capacity. It should be redesigned. You know, we are emphasizing having this transition smoothly at Koton. You know, the new partners, advisory parties, we are using them more, and we also take consultation. You know, our industry has become an industry of technology as well. There's no way out. So there is a constant change for the definition of the works and the jobs. So the HR's adaptation capacity is coming to the fore. The work models that are outside, the traditional ones are developing, especially in line with the demands of the Z generation. You know, we became colleagues with the Z generation, so we need a more flexible and more interactive HR policy, and we basically should realize and respect the demands of the Z generation who asked for an enhancement in the freedom field. We should also take external consultation as an HR as well. You know, we invest in technology at Koton. You know, access to data is important. Machine learning is important, and it is helping us interact between different departments in terms of the added value. Robotic process automations are coming to the fore, and that requires new skills. And we provide the trainings online, and we are operational in 27 countries, and this enables us have better access to our human resources. And we digitalize the other steps as well in line with a more business focused and agile manner. So the vision should be integrated into HR policies, and we should reach our targets all together. You know, employee happiness and the improvement of the employee skills is important. This lies at the basis of respect for humanity. This helps us get together, and the Z generation is not only a customer but also a colleague for us. We work together with them, and we want to bring them together with the technology of their generation. Thank you very much, Ms. Gülden. I'm being warned that we are running out of time. We have like 6-7 minutes. I'll give you like 3 minutes each, Mr. Murat and Mr. Muharrem. Now, Mr. Murat, you know, funding of the financial structure, you are providing finance for these systems. Can you just talk about the examples? What are you doing? So our central, by the way, is at 2,800 meters. You know, there are contests and entrepreneurial spirit in the organization. So we have organic and inorganic cooperation within the company, within the institutions, our distribution channels, our production development, and diversifying the products. The only way for us to do is working in a more effective and stronger manner. So we have to cooperate with the entrepreneurs. This is the only way to go. you know, rather than the incubation centers, we are basically, we should proceed with a one-to-one investments. And this is very important for the ecosystem because there's a network environment limited to angel investors. But once the corporate capital enters the scene, a scale economy and an understanding of partnership and introducing better products into the market, established networks and the power of the brand come to the fore, and this helps these startup companies proceed much faster. You know, the transition is happening very fast, and sometimes we have entrepreneurs that create large companies in a very short time, and we have Filmberg. We have an investment capacity of 120 million Turkish liras, and we invested very well in them, and they worked out quite all right. And this helped us develop products better and faster. And from the EFT transfer 24/7 and weekend, and from that to other investments, we are developing many products and services, and all the product development, distribution, and efficiency strategy that we have rely on cooperation with the entrepreneurs. You know, we basically do not limit the entrepreneurs to work with us exclusively. We promote them to work whichever bank that they want to work. You know, we want to partner that would serve the benefits of both parties. Other than that, we let them work with whomever they want. So we're not asking for exclusivity. This is beyond sine qua non. This is beyond necessity. It is important. You know, intercompany entrepreneurship is very important, and investing in the entrepreneurs is very important. It's not an option, it's a necessity. Thank you, Mr. Murat. Yes, Mr. Muharrem, you are in the agricultural sector. Are we transitioning into smart production? Where are we in husbandry? And could we do anything? And you are establishing is one of your cutting edge facility in Bingöl. And you actually started producing. We had visited that facility in January. Investing in Bingöl, what kind of transformation is it going to trigger in Bingöl? That is southeastern Turkey. Unmute yourself, please. About Industry 4.0, our sector took certain distances. You know, digital technologies are being used, and I talk about these things. We use certain technologies, you know, like earrings that our cows wear, for example, and the speaker is breaking out at this moment, so the translation is not possible. Yes, from milking to other processes, we can record the voices of the animals, and we can basically create a smart model. For example, this could help us identify the timing for breeding or diagnosing the diseases. Of course, we need expert know-how on that. But the conscience on collecting and analyzing data is increasing, and this is guiding us towards smart production. About Bingöl, I mentioned from farm to fork strategy in line with the Green Deal. I mentioned we will either integrate or integrate. So we have the farms in Bingöl, we have the animals, we grow the feeds just right next to where the animals are living, and we have the factories just next to them, and the milk factory is again right there. So we have the energy facility that uses the waste material. We provide electricity and heat from that facility. So we are creating, producing our own economy. This is the beauty of circular economy, right? So in the circular economy, again, we are giving what we get from the soil back to the soil. We are giving fertilizers, and we are supporting these fertilizers with minerals. The water that we use at our factories and farms, this water is being recycled. So we are following the model of European Union at a micro level. So we have all the facilities right next to each other. We have the same structure in Aksaray and other places as well. So what are we going to do in Bingöl? Is it just about food security or production? No. It is also triggering a societal transformation as well. Bingöl is, I think, in 64th place in the ranking. It is going to climb up to 38 out of 81 provinces in Turkey. So why do I have that in mind? When we have established our facility in Aksaray, we contributed 20% of the GDP of Aksaray. So this is going to provide a societal transformation in an inclusive manner. So Bingöl is going to have about $10,000 GDP per capita, and it's going to trigger reverse migration. We will have more educated human force, labor force back in Bingöl. So these are important things. So integration is going to be exhibited at this facility. It's going to be our fourth facility as such. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I hope all that we said has been beneficial to everyone. In our panel, a new generation manufacturing, we were together with Ms. Gülsüm Muharrem and Mr. Muharrem and Mr. Murat. I've learned a lot from what they said. I'm positive that you did learn a lot as well. Thank you, everyone. Stay healthy, stay safe. Thank you. Bye-bye.
For our new generation manufacturing panel, we are thanking our panelists a lot, and we are continuing with our next speaker, Ambassador Nikolaos Mevlanders, from the head of the European Union delegation in Turkey.
Distinguished President, distinguished participants, I'm happy to join you at the 23rd Enterprise and Business Summit of TÜRKONFED with the name Transition Time. I'm aware that TÜRKONFED has been working on issues such as digitalization and circular economy for now some time. As an organization representing SMEs in Turkey, it is great to see that you capture this transition period well and make it a motto of this summit. I see a great interest from Turkish business organizations and the private sector in the European Green Deal, and I congratulate the Turkish business community for their vision and willingness to push this agenda forward. We are indeed going through an important global transition, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic. The European Union is ready and willing to assume its lead in the transition. Last week, the EU agreed on the European climate law. This is one of the key elements of the European Green Deal. The European climate law turns the EU Green Deal targets into legal obligations for member states, requires updating of related policies and legislation in line with EU's long-term targets of reaching climate neutrality by 2015 and the intermediate target of reducing net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. Also last week, President Biden hosted a leaders summit on the Earth Day, 22nd April and 23rd April, just after our agreement on the climate law. Hence, important steps are taken on the road to the UN Climate Change Conference this November in Glasgow. The EU is working hard to fight against climate change. Almost every month we see progress in our policy work, which of course needs also to be translated into real action. By setting into motion the European Green Deal, the train for change has already left the station. Yet it can only reach its destination with a strong engine, which is the private sector. I know that the private sector, particularly SMEs, are negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, both in EU and Turkey. There have been logistical challenges, disruptions in demand and supply chains, in addition to labor shortages. External shocks like COVID-19 have more severe impacts on SMEs given their limited financial, technical and human resources. They have smaller cash buffers as compared to larger companies, which makes them less resilient. On top, SMEs are overrepresented in the sectors most affected by the crisis, in particular in wholesale, retail trade, transport, accommodation, food service, and so on. Hence, as these sectors get hit, SMEs suffer, and with that, employment in general. For some SMEs listening to this summit, words like Green Deal, digital transformation, decarbonation, circular economy might sound like words from another planet. I want to assure you that this is not the case. The world is on an irreversible track, and the future is coming sooner than we think. But some words of optimism. First of all, according to the IMF latest figures from April 2021, the contraction in the global economy seems to have leveled at 3.3% for 2020, some 1.1 percentage points smaller than projected last October. In the EU, the sectors that suffered the largest impact during the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic in March and April 2020 were those who had the biggest rebound in May and June 2020. Turkey is an important component of EU's value chains in these sectors, and with their recovery, Turkish production and exports had also gained impetus. Most of the initial disruptions in logistics transportations seem to have been restored as well. Last year, Turkey exported to the EU 62.6 billion euro worth of goods, while importing 69.9 billion euro despite the pandemic. The overall annual trade volume exceeded for the first consecutive year 130 billion euro. Despite the slow start, vaccine rollout is now getting better in the EU and has gained a momentum this month. Turkey is also good at its vaccination campaign. Also, the current variants of the pandemic seem challenges, and sufficient supply is, of course, critical. We need to look beyond the current health crisis in order to build a more sustainable future. The pandemic has shown how vulnerable we are to global shocks and how interlinked human well-being and the environment are. The consequences of the pandemic will hopefully fade over time. That puts the pandemic in contrast with climate change, whose problems only grow bigger and become more expensive if they are left unaddressed. There will never be a vaccine against climate change. Keeping this in mind, we need to accelerate the green and digital transition in the economy. SMEs in the EU and Turkey play an important role in the transition to a sustainable future. Despite their vulnerabilities, SMEs are more flexible and adaptable than their larger counterparts. They have advantages stemming from their small size, their tendency to be privately owned, and their relatively flat hierarchical structures. This can be beneficial during a crisis. SMEs can bring innovative solutions to challenges like climate change, resource efficiency, social cohesion, and help spread innovation throughout Europe's regions. At the same time, SMEs need to adapt to the impact of climate change, to increase the resilience of their business models and to the changing environment. But SMEs can and should seize these opportunities of the green economy of tomorrow, and they need to seize these opportunities now. The EU SME strategy adopted in March 2020 aims to increase the number of SMEs engaging in sustainable business practice, as well as the number of SMEs employing digital technology. The strategy will be instrumental to implementing the European Green Deal, the Circular Economy Action Plan, the European Strategy for Data, and the European Social Pillar. The SME strategy relies on three pillars: capacity building and support for the transition to sustainability and digitalization, reducing regulatory burden and improving market access, and improving access to financing. I know TÜRKONFED attaches great importance to digitalization, and it has established a digital transformation center for SMEs. Digitalization has indeed become a dividing line on who is adapting successfully to the new normal and who is not. Businesses of all kinds have digitalized all or part of their operations, from production to sales and customer care. Consumer choices have also changed, with online shopping increasingly becoming the norm of the marketplace. Digitalization has become a tool for mitigating the economic slowdown, sustaining well-being, and speeding up recovery. It's no surprise that the EU's post-COVID recovery plan includes three courses of action: implementation of the European Green Deal, strengthening the single market, and adaptation to the digital age. Let me now turn to the needs for global concerted action and our relations with Turkey, also within the context of the customs union. The European Green Deal aims to build a modern, resource-efficient, carbon-neutral, clean, circular, and competitive economy, and not only in Europe. We want to do this together with our partners, as a global challenge stemming from climate change cannot be addressed by individual countries or even by union of countries such as the European Union. Given the global character of the climate change and sustainability challenges, it is clear that our green adjustment needs to be spread all along our global supply chains. The EU is the world's largest trading bloc. We exchange the largest volume of manufactured goods and services, and SMEs are also a pillar of the EU's external trade. They represent 87% of the EU companies exporting. We are the #1 trading partner for 74 individual countries around the world, and in aggregate terms for Asia, Africa, the US, the Western Balkans, and the EU's neighborhood. Hence, the EU has considerable leverage on the policies of third countries by ensuring, through the international trade channels, that environmental, climate, and wider sustainability concerns are addressed also by our partners. Supporting green transition, promoting responsible and sustainable value chain is one of the 6 priorities of EU's new trade policy adopted recently on 18th February 2021. One of the options to link trade policy with the European Green Deal is a carbon border adjustment mechanism. I know that Turkish stakeholders are very curious about how it will work and affect their activities. While the precise design of the measure is yet to be defined, the mechanism will add to the range of already existing measures which help implement the EU's main objective to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It aims to ensure that the price of imports reflects more accurately their carbon content, which will in turn assure that the EU's green objectives are not undermined by production relocations to countries with less ambitious climate policies. The European Commission launched a consultation process on the mechanism in July, and consultation closed at the end of October. We will present a draft on the measures by the second half of 2021. The Commission is also committed to working with EU trading partners to make sure adjustment measures work in an open and fair manner and are in full compliance with WTO rules. Importers will be treated in an even-handed manner and would not be subject to an adjustment that is higher than what is applied domestically. Why all of this is important in our relationship with Turkey? Because Turkey and the EU are important economic partners. Turkey is an important part of Europe's value chains, particularly in automotive, textile, and machinery. Some of these value chains are built naturally and around multinational companies with one leg in Europe and one leg in Turkey. As I said before on many occasions, it is unthinkable that an industrial plant in Europe moving into net zero emissions or digitalization of its operations and services would not expect its local partner in Turkey, an important part of its value chain, to do the same. This is particularly so in high value added sectors. Turkish business organizations are already a part of the European business organizations. They are pursuing a joint agenda in their value chain clusters and sectors. TÜRKONFED is a member of the European SME organization SME United, and TÜSIAD is a member of Business Europe. You are already associated to the debate on our economic future, and our convergence in climate policy is a requirement, but is also a natural, unavoidable process as the business converge their plans and practices. And it also opens opportunities. Those who will offer climate-friendly green products in the future will become the world market leaders. Therefore, we welcome the measures foreseen in the recently announced economic reform package of the Turkish government in view of supporting the green transformation of the industry, among which the preparation of a circular economy action plan by the end of this year. In the recent visit of President von der Leyen and President Michel to the EU has opened a new alley of public and private cooperation with Turkey with focus on green and digital translation, in addition to prospects for custom unions modernization. It was also suggested to have high-level dialogues on fight against climate change and public health. These subjects will clearly become a part of our economic relations from now on. We rely on the good and motivated work of our Turkish stakeholders in the private sector, such as TÜRKONFED, in building and strengthening this transformative agenda. And before ending my words, I would like to thank TÜRKONFED for the support in our climate diplomacy activities during this year. I wish you a good and very inspiring summit today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Was Ambassador Nicholas Mayer Landrut. We are thanking him for his opinions. And we are going to have a break. And after that, we are going to have the second panel of the day, which is the panel about grand transition. We are going to talk about the Green Deal in Europe and all the developments in Turkey. And the report's details will be shared by Associate Professor Nazlı Karamoğlu in the panel of green transition. If you were to talk about the report in a brief manner, they are talking about how to make the industries more green and include the green economy in the systems and also SMEs as well. Now the details will be spoken in the panel. We are going on a break right now.
Doğada her canlı kendisi ve sevdikleri için güvenli ve yaşanabilir yerler tasarlar. Bu tasarımların hepsinde soğuğa, yağmura, 6 farklı satış müdürlüğümüzle ve 700'ün üzerinde çalışanımızla faaliyet gösteriyor, ülke ekonomisine güç katıyoruz. Dilovası Taş Yünü Tesisi, Tarsus Cam Yünü ve Foamboard Üretim Tesisleri, Eskişehir Elastomerik Kauçuk ve Polietilen Köpük Üretim Tesisi, Gebze Gepkim Foamboard İzopor Tekiz Panel Üretim Tesislerinde, bina ve tesisat için yalıtım malzemeleri üretmenin yanı sıra vagonlardan evlerimizde kullanılan fırınlara, yangın kapılarından güneş kolektörlerine kadar geniş bir alanda ısı, ses ve yangın yalıtım ürünleri üretiyoruz. Çevreye ve insan sağlığına duyarlı, kaliteli üretim anlayışıyla tüm üretimlerimizi küreselleşen dünya standartlarına uygun olarak gerçekleştiriyoruz. Çevre, iş sağlığı ve güvenliğine çok önem veriyoruz. 56 yıldır 200 milyon tonun
TÜRKONFED. We're going to start the second session, which is going to be on green transition. You know, the Green Deal of Europe is creating a roadmap for the SMEs and the whole business world. So the EU Green Deal report and the SMEs report is going to be declared in this report.
Gerekli altyapı çalışmaları yapılması bu anlamda odağlandı. İşte bu çalışmalar doğrultusunda da Avrupa İşi Mutabakatı altyapı çalışmaları yapılmasını bu anlamda açıklanacak.
Benden kısmış sesi korktum. Sesi benden kısmı değil mi?
Nazlı Karamollaoğlu az sonra paylaştığım raporu sizlerle kamuoyuyla paylaşacak.
Dr. Nazlı Karamollaoğlu is going to share the report with you. She is the economic consultant of TÜRKONFED, and we will have Mr. Mustafa Sezgin, Executive Vice President of Unilever Turkey, Central Asia, and Iran, and we will have Jan Willem van de Ven, the Head of Climate Finance and Carbon Markets of EBRD. And we will have Şükrü Ünlütürk, Business for Gold Platform President. Now the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Siz üstlenmiş oldunuz. Hem çok değerli konuklarımızı tanıtmış oldunuz. Hem de bugün ne konuşacağımızda gayet güzel çerçevelemiş oldunuz. Gerçekten hem açılış konuşmalarında hem bizden önceki panelde, yeni nesil üretim panelinde önemli mesajlar verildi. Sayın Büyükelçi de son derece önemli konuların bence altını çizmiş oldu. Şimdi biz de yeşil dönüşümü...
Mr. Ambassador underlined important issues and we are going to be talking about green transformation.
Önümüzdeki süreçte aslında bugünden zaten başlamış ama bu pandemi, salgın meselesiyle biraz işin odağından çıkar gibi olan ama aslında...
We are basically focusing on pandemic. Mr. Hakan, can you hear us? Hello?
Hakan Bey şu anda...
We're not online.
Nedir peki, ne yapıyoruz?
Ben sizlere sesleniyorum az önceden beri. Şu anda ara bir videonuz girecek. Onu bekliyoruz. Sunucumuz sizi sundu. Daha sonrasında yayına alacaktık sizleri. Ben şimdi sizlere geri sayım yapacağım. Tekrardan
söyleseydiniz ya. Tamam.
Tekrardan açılış yapmanız için. Canlı yayına son 5.
I think personal meetings are much better.
Okay. Last 5 seconds. Buyurun.
Efendim öncelikle hepinizi saygıyla, sevgiyle selamlıyoruz.
Hello everyone, and I salute you with love and respect. As we said, this is the second session of the day, and we're going to talk about green transition. We have valuable guests. They were introduced, so I'm not going to go over that. I'd like to kickstart with the panel. But let me just reiterate once again, this green transition, if you ask me, is going to shape the future and is required by the future. So the answer to that lies in the two words of the panel, the green and the transition. It's going to be more focused in the post-COVID period, in the post-pandemic period, we are going to have two basic axes on the economic recovery. The first one is digitalization. The second one is the green transition. You know, the Paris Climate Agreement that is brought onto the agenda recently again, and we talk about the Green Deal. Once we realize them, we'll be in a better position, but I think we have not done that so far. You know, it could be about the naming of the Paris. We approach the issue, you know, in a romantic manner, but the problem is far beyond a romantic approach. It is basically the Green Deal of Europe is an industry document. It's an employment policy, and it should be regarded as such. As I said, as expressed before in the panel of green transition, we're going to be sharing an important report prepared by TÜRKONFED. It is entitled The EU Green Deal and the SMEs. That is the name of the report, and we're going to be launching it. The author of this report, Associated Professor Nazlı Karamollaoğlu, is with us. She is the economy consultant of TÜRKONFED. Now, I'd like to give the floor to her, and then we'll discuss around the report that she has to present. We are limited in time, Professor, please keep that in mind, and the floor and the screen is yours. Thank you very much. I'll share my presentation.
Raporu aynı zamanda TÜRKONFED'in web sitesinden de detaylarını.
You can have access to this report via TÜRKONFED's website. The motivation of the report is, well, it has to do with the Green Deal of Europe and its effect on the SMEs. You know, the deal aims at zero greenhouse emission, and along the strategies that were developed are basically presenting the economic growth as a separate strategy. And of course, the third point is leaving no one behind. So it is a fair transition mechanism. So in the regions that depend more on fossil fuels, the transition is going to cost more social effects, and 150 billion euros of support is going to be mobilized to remedy that. And because of the carbon leak, the EU production, the production would basically escape to countries with more flexible climate policies. So to prevent that, we have limited carbon regulation mechanisms that is being planned, and an effect of that, is planned on the exporters in terms of the cost. Of course, SMEs are going to be affected by that, carbon boundary regulation. And this transition is not an obstacle, but it's more of a growth strategy itself, especially in circular economy and resource efficiency. SMEs have a great role to play. In line with this report, we will see the obstacles and opportunities that the SMEs have to face. Looking at the political side of the Green Deal, the climate action industry, zero pollution and biodiversity. So these they have more issues as well. In circular economy is very important, especially in the sectors of textile construction and plastic. These are resource intense sectors, and the climate neutral products are being planned for these sectors. And about the industrial side, sustainability, digitalization, access to financing, regulation burden, and access to markets are coming to the fore as focal points. The focal point of this report is the SMEs and their role in this transition. The first point is the effect that they have, the power of effect that they have. Turkey has 3.2 million SMEs vis-a-vis 7,000 large companies. 72% of the employment is created by the SMEs. When we look at their energy costs in industry and service sectors, about half of the costs are spent by the SMEs. So they have a power of effect. Another point is the dynamism in the SMEs. You know, eco-innovation is being incentivized, and once we do that, we can limit their environmental effect. Once we do that, the green transition, we will realize that the green transition has the employment capacity in certain sectors, and that would empower the SMEs. Between 2009 and 2019, half of the employment increase was, half of the jobs created in this period was created by the SMEs. About differentiation of the greenhouse emission from the growth has taken place. Between 1990 and 2018, the greenhouse emission decreased 23%, while the economy grew 60%. Looking at the OECD countries on the right side of the visual, the biggest greenhouse increase took place in Turkey, and Turkey is a little bit late in this transition, I can say. Carbon regulation is another important issue in the climate action regulation. So how are we going to regulate the carbon is an important issue. The emission trade could be extended to involve the export. Foreign manufacturers, in line with the emission that they have, are going to purchase a right to emission. And this regulation also aims at preventing the carbon leak. And it is being planned to be put into practice in 2023. To understand the effect of SMEs, two things come to the fore. The first one is, with this regulation, a tax burden is going to come, and what is it going to be in a sectoral breakdown? Carbon emissions have been calculated on a sectoral basis, and we identified the tax accordingly. A second point is the export to EU and its ratio to the turnover of the companies. Once we improve the parameters in these two items, the sectors are going to be affected by this regulation. Looking at the tax burden, we have these figures in line with the carbon emission. The highest tax is in the cement, metal sector, and electricity. 30 and 50 euros of burden was taken as a benchmark in terms of the carbon cost, and which sectors are going to be imposed this tax burden. The products and sectors that create carbon leak are going to be exposed the first. That is what's planned. And in these risky products, certain reference values have been identified by the EU. And in the first stage, petroleum and refinery products, paper, glass industry, chemicals are going to be exposed. And in time, as the regulation matures, all the sectors could be involved. And the second point is export to European Union. The SMEs have a strong role to play. That is 37% of the overall export to EU. And this is why they're going to be influenced by this transition. And the SME export constitutes 46% in Europe, by the way. And in line with that, we evaluated the sectors that are risky. We see the EU export turnover rate and their tax rate. You know, the upper right part is the risky zone. That is, the tax ratio is more than 2%, and the EU export turnover rate is more than 5%. So we see micro and small enterprises here. In the micro, we don't see any risk, and it has to do with the low level of export to EU. So they're not going to be directly affected heavily, and but it doesn't, of course, it doesn't mean that these enterprises are not going to be, it doesn't mean that they're not going to be influenced. They are going to be influenced in an indirect manner. When we look at the sectors in other scales, you know, mid-size and larger companies, metal sector, for example, metal industry, in both mid-size and large enterprises, they're going to be affected. This is a sector in the EFT system, but once the regulation matures to involve all these sectors, agriculture, coal, food, and mining sectors are going to be influenced as well. With this Green Deal, well, can it present a growth strategy to the SMEs? Well, sustainability is of the essence here, and in this regard, increasing the source efficiency is important. You know, among the factors that prevent sustainability for SMEs, by the way, these figures are calculated by a Eurostat survey. SMEs think that the Green Deal is not going to be profitable for them, and the demand is also going to be another factor of lack of sustainability. That's how they think. And when they are asked the existing investment, 40% of Turkish SMEs have no investment in resource efficiency. And in the EU, it is about 5%. When we go over the resource efficiency into overall production cost, it comes out that it increases the efficiency of the product. About 16% of the SMEs regard the resource efficiency as the overall production efficiency. And comparing Turkey with the other 31 countries, Turkey has the highest level here. So we basically need a guidance on that. And the Turkish SMEs, rather than the external support, they utilize their own technical capacity and their own resources, differently from that of EU. About financing, they get help from their friends and relatives, and sometimes they go to public financing. For the SMEs to increase the resource efficiency, yes, that's what I was going to ask, actually. Risks have been expressed, and this is an comprehensive report in this regard. But it is very normal that SMEs and industrials ask for profitability. What does TÜRKONFED suggest in this regard? First of all, the SMEs, in terms of the financing abilities and financial plannings, they need suggestions on that, advisory on that. There is a lack of know-how regarding these issues, and in this context, the databases that indicate the utility of resource efficiency are important, and energy efficiency is coming to the fore. And what does TÜRKONFED suggest? The investments made in resource efficiency may not have a short return, but it is important that we create a standardized structure on environmental issues, and that reduces the managerial burden that they will have. SMEs have an important role to play in energy efficiency and about the circular economy. Eco-innovation and digitalization should be supported, and energy efficiency skills of the SMEs should be improved. Different shareholders should be involved. These are the things that should be done at micro level, and at macro level, endorsement of the Paris Agreement is important. The greenhouse emission targets should be re-regulated into a more realistic position, and at country level, the existing policies should be crafted in a holistic and integrated manner, that would involve the employment as much as environmental dimension. This is what we suggest in the report. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Karamollaoğlu. I hope this report is going to be of utility for the SMEs. It's an important need, and this is going to be a good instrument to get over the issues that the SMEs are facing. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to give the floor to someone with a lot of experience and know-how. We should endorse Paris Agreement right away, but we could be looking at it in a romantic manner. But some people are not really having a romantic look on the issue. We have Mr. Mustafa Seçkin, Executive Vice President of Unilever Turkey, Central Asia, and Iran. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Unilever is one of the companies in this issue, and I'd like to ask you that your leaning and your strategy, did it make you win? Because SMEs are asking for it, they're looking for profitability. Okay, I'm going to do that, but I don't want to do that because it may not be profitable. So they may delay it to the last minute because of the lack of profitability. That is how they perceive it. I'd like to give the floor to you now, Mr. Seçkin. Thank you very much, Dr. Karamollaoğlu. And I'm happy to be here at the 23rd Enterprise and Business Summit of TÜRKONFED. We are here to bring together sustainability and the business world to create. Unilever is a leading company on that issue. Paul Polman, the global CEO, back in the time, basically said that while we were reaching our growth targets, we should create a business model that would help the carbon footprint. Well, back in the time, people approached with suspicion. It could be good for environment, but it would not be good in commercial terms. So this model in 2010 and 2020, this model developed. In the first 5 years, we focus on environmental issues and we try to internalize sustainability. And we are an organization of about 180,000 employees. And on such a large institution, it's not done by a specific department. Every department is involved, so it is not something easy to conduct. So the first years took place for internalization, and every country focused on what they did in their own ecosystem. You know, Turkey is an important tea producer, and we are a large actor in tea production. So we started out with the tea production, and it expanded to the other fields of our business. And it continued in the rest of the world. You know, we are a company that deals with food and hygiene for over 100 years, and sustainability entered our lives after 2010. But, you know, in the DNA of Unilever, we had the concept of welfare from the very foundation. So it basically entered as a strategy after 2010. The biggest question mark that we had back in the time was that, you know, you would reach your growth target on the one side, and on the other side, you will be changing many things, and you would basically going against the wind, and you would create value out of it. Did we do that? Yes, a big yes, as of 2020. And about sustainability, the prominent brands have a huge share. So they contributed to our growth, and it is basically the most effective brands that we have are growing double of the others. These exist has to do with creating the utility and profit. Profit is basically the result of that. If you see the profit and profitability as an end in itself, you're not going to be successful. Profit is a result that we have on the journey to our target, to our aim. Another contribution of that program was about the acquisition of the new talents. It acted as a magnet. As you would appreciate, the young business force is more concerned with sustainability. In 54 of the countries that we are active, this is an important factor. So sustainability is not just about creating such an effect, it deals with social issues as well.
At the same time, of course, all the stakeholders, all the societies, this model benefits them. Of course, our profitability and targets are not forgotten for these. And when we are taking a look at them, in 10 years, the value of the company and stocks will raise 2%. And so the investors will be very much happy about it. And Unilever will continue to do and be a profitable and company. So I don't think this is a danger against other economic goals or profitability. What we realize is if we do not implement these targets, we will not be able to reach our other targets as well. And in these 10 years, while we are continuing our environmental projects and targets, we have also included social targets, and we have also included our brands. Of course, inequality is very abundant all around the world. Of course, Unilever has to choose which one to help. Of course, inclusivity and is very important. We see that women in business is a very important subject today. As I said, with our brands, with our employees, in our ecosystem, we include everybody. We know that Unilever themselves cannot do it alone. So I think there are two. What is called ripple effect is very important. When you throw a stone, for example, maybe it creates a small wave at first, but it's constantly getting bigger. And the another point is for the employees, it creates ownership for employees because while we are doing our job, we definitely see the society and all the problems of the society affects us as well. So that's why I think in the business world, either be SME or a big company, what I can say is that sustainable business practices are the only way. There are no other way. Right now, I believe every firm should create their own plans and strategies and create and start their own journey and create an ecosystem, not just for themselves, but for all of their stakeholders. And they should continue moving that way. And they should realize that, Mr. Seçkin, in that point, your, for example, experiences, Unilever's experiences in these 10 years seems very positive. When you take a look at the results as well, it might be more than just feeling good, you know. All the companies and stakeholders and shareholders are, it seems it affected everybody in a positive way. If you were to take a look at the next 10 years, for example, you have a new sustainability strategy that you called Compass, and when you have take a look at the forward uh, and when you take a look at the future, what you see, you know, Turkey is closing down again. And even though all the vaccination is going on, it's not over yet. I think, do you think, is this true and correct time for SMEs or all of us? Do you think, as a company that has announced their strategies? Mr. Seçkin, can you hear me? Mr. Seçkin, are we still connected? There's a technical issue right now. Let's continue with Mr. Mustafa. All right, let's continue. But I'm going to keep this question and ask him again later, if you would like. Now, as Mustafa Seçkin also said, I would like to continue that subject as well, and I would like to continue with you, Johan William Van. Of course, I'm gonna give him the screen as well. Now, of course, we are in this digital age. We are also giving screens and sharing screens to make it easier to improve our presentations. But of course, Mr. Seçkin has talked about the importance of an ecosystem for the green transformation, an ecosystem that is gonna make the transformation possible. Is, of course, it's not easy. You know, it's everybody's thinking about financing, and Mr. Van de Ven will also, as you know, they have a lot of projects in Turkey, EBRD, and he is the head of climate finance and carbon markets. I would like to ask him, especially for SMEs, as also Mr. Seçkin has said, that, you know, he is talking from the point of view of a giant firm, but for SMEs, we must think about them as well, technical appliance, human resources for the green projects and financing in terms of financing the problems, the blockages for SMEs. How can the SMEs on Turkey can be supported? How can they support them? Is there any strategies, any game plan, any plans? Do they have them? That is my question for Mr. Van Deven, and I'm giving him the stage right now. Please, Mr. Van Deven, the stage is yours.
Okay. Many thanks, Guldak, and it's a pleasure to be presenting here our views. Before answering the question on the SME specific and the support to that, I think it's very important to underline one more time that the world is changing very quickly, and I heard the report of, if I may call you Nasli, on that let's say that the kind of the SMEs in the survey did not see the utility of green yet, and I think that's let's say we can of course provide lots of support and finance and etc. But one needs to see it, see the light itself. Yeah, one needs to find the motivation from within. Otherwise, we're not getting the changes needed. But I just want to, and not to scare everyone off, but there are lots of changes happening that will basically either enable or limit your access to both markets and to finance. And one of them is, for example, under the Paris Agreement, there's so-called Article 2.1c, which says that all finance needs to be aligned with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Now, we as, and not only we, but let's say a lot of financial institutions are now working out what that means and what kind of criteria tests, if you will be attached to parties applying for finance eventually. And of course, we now look at the let's say the bigger transactions, but of course, all that thinking eventually will come down to the SME level. And this development is going at speed. Yeah. So I think most of the MDBs in 2 years' time will have some form of kind of trying to regulate this Paris alignment. Yeah. So we want the client to demonstrate how they embark on getting to zero carbon or net zero carbon and ensure that their investments are climate resilient. So from a climate change adaptation point of view. So this is just one example. Then you also have seen in the financial world the task force on climate-related disclosures, which is asking similar things. And then there are the private sector banks also have similar developments. And I know a number of the Turkish banks are involved in these processes as well. So that means that when applying for finance, yeah, other than maybe your brother or sister providing you the finance for the SME, if you have to go to the bank will increasingly ask for clarity on how do you develop your business in a carbon neutral way. How do you develop your business that in such way that you will not be affected too much by climate change? Now, you think this is all far away, but I see also that eventually larger companies, basically the aggregators in the supply chain, yeah, and there are many, many SMEs in the supply chain, will start to ask similar questions when they do their procurement or when they do their, for example, their joint product development. And again, this is, so I think, and then on top of that, you have seen the developments in the EU that prices for carbon are now getting very close to the 50 euros per ton of CO2. and for reasons as to ensuring the level playing field within the EU, the EU is considering to introduce a so-called carbon adjustment mechanism, which basically is a kind of carbon tax on the import of let's say carbon intensive goods. Now that type of decisions is like flipping a switch. Yeah. So either you are prepared and you have the ability to demonstrate that you are just as good or maybe even better, or you will be paying the tax in the EU and that money will be used by the EU in accordance with its rules, or you have an equivalent system in Turkey that's basically where you keep that type of proceeds at the Turkish side. So these are all questions and they will affect market pricing, whether you have the access to the market, etc. And so let's say now against all that context, SMEs of course can well, there's of course a very broad group of SMEs, from construction companies to, let's say, plastic molding and etc. So there are a lot of different types, and I think each of them have to find, okay, how does a low carbon future look for me? What can I do as to product development, as to relationships, as to what the gentleman from Unilever said, what can we do to create an ecosystem in which we can thrive in this type of context? So I think that's going to be either making or breaking, and it's going to be, the world will change a lot in the coming years, because this is, we're talking about, let's say, almost like an existential risk issue being climate change. If we don't tackle it, then temperatures will go up in Turkey by 10 degrees on average, yeah, 8 to 10 degrees in certain areas. So that will dramatically change your habitat, and that in itself will, of course, and that's the physical risk, will affect whether you have a market domestically or not, yeah, because if the people move on, then there's no market, etc. So I think this is all quite important to consider, and we have a 10-year window to make the change and to dramatically reduce emissions across the world. Now, as to support, as EBRD, as you know, we are very active in the green agenda, and Turkey is one of our biggest countries of operation. We financed since 2009, let's say 13 billion in green projects. And of that 13 billion total, 6 billion were in green projects. And we have a very, I think, a very good delivery mechanism of green finance to SMEs, to our instrument called TÜRKONFED, where we work with a lot of Turkish banks in providing, let's say, loans at the SME scale. And we also provide technical assistance to the various project sponsors, so that they can indeed change their business models, that they indeed can innovate. But let's say, so there's a lot of opportunity here, I think, for the SMEs. And let's say, again, everyone should start to explore what it means for them, how they can anticipate, and what kind of products they want to bring online. And then, of course, the collaboration with other parties, also with the larger aggregators like Unilever, is going to be very important in order to kind of accelerate this movement. Of course, the regulatory side is important as well, and this is also the reason why we're currently working with the Turkish government on finding out what are the implications of this intended EU CBAM development. Thank you.
Çok çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok sağ olun.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm thanking you for all your information you shared. Of course, I don't know him personally, but we have never met. But all the people I've meet are, it seems like everybody's living in San Francisco. And I would like to remind that we have big bridges as well. Maybe some of them you have supported as well in the past. Thank you very much for your sharing and speech. And dear Seçkin has also joined us. Can we continue with the compass with Mr. Seçkin with Unilevers? And I will go back to Mr. Ünlütürk after that. Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical problems. I would like to answer quickly. Of course, you had asked, is it the correct time? I think what I can say is there can be no better time, because the pandemic is, of course, not a coincidence. The social inequality and climate problems are also accelerating other natural disasters as well, and it shows that we don't have the luxury of time. And there's a very important risk report analysis, and what we realized that in the pandemic, especially inequality increased, and the problem is reaching in a more critical level. And if we were to add them up, and if we were to take a look at the past 10 years, for example, we created a plan and strategy for the future, what we call Compass. And until 2039, we say that we are going to lower the emissions to zero, carbon neutral. So we are hoping to reach zero emissions by 2039. It might seem far, but it's 11 years earlier than 2050. So we have also have a budget of 11 million euros, and we are seriously trying to lower the consumption of plastics. We have three main points about that: home care category and the clean future vision. And we are trying to remove our reliance on the fossilized fuels for all of our products, and we are revising all the important production systems. And until 2030, we are hoping to remove all the fossilized fuel sourced resources that we use. And in the food business, there's a big dilemma, because we know malnourishment is a big problem, and on the other hand, there's a big problem of obesity. And that's why we are working on three main points. First one is having sustainable agriculture and having plant-based foods, and improving the percentage of plant-based and accessible food resources for everybody is the last point. Of course, these food projects are also a very important agenda for us. And for our personal care development, we have announced a new vision, and we want more inclusive beauty standards. Instead of creating stress on people, we want inclusive beauty standards, and we want inclusive system. We have, for example, removed the word normal from all of our products, and we do not we try not to use no animals for research purposes on our products. And in Turkey, there are two social areas. One of them is the women in business. Right now, Unilever Turkey's board is comprised of 60% women, and the entire company has 52% of women. And not just for Unilever, we have created a platform that is named We Are Stronger Together, and we are improving each other in that platform, and we try to achieve this purpose. And finally, for the youth, for the youngster, of course, is the biggest and most important resource for us. The median age of our company is very young as well, and business developing and strengthening development in Turkey is very important for us as well. I would like to finish that. Thank you very much. I think you have also shared all the messages, and thank you very much. Let's continue with Mr. Şükrü Ünlütürk. Of course, Mr. Ünlütürk has a lot of different roles from exporting to industrial production. Now he is joining us as the Business for Goals platform president. And my question will be in that line for him. I am sorry for having everything being late. I'm going to ask you and you can answer the questions. For first question, especially for the sustainability development targets. We know that your platform is caring about it a lot, and also the green transformation. We have another concept that has generated in addition to these, and I would like to it's very important that we let the public know about what these things mean. For example, circular economy. How can we explain this to the society? Thank you very much. First of all,
girişim zirvesini
I am very happy that the TÜRKONFED's 23rd Enterprise and Business Summit is very successful. I am congratulating them. All the stakeholders, participants, and federations, more than 40,000 business people are represented well by TÜRKONFED. I am very happy about that, and I'm happy to see them work on this. The importance of independent business world is very important. I am going to quickly, very much summarize my ideas about this. And of course, the most important part is the Green Deal in Europe that has been announced is aiming for sustainable development. They have 17 targets, and they are very in line with sustainability. And now, until now, for climate, starting with Kyoto and continuing with the Paris Agreement, the European Union showed that they are very serious. Now what they're saying is, with our current production systems and resources, we cannot continue and we cannot sustain the systems. And this is not a choice, this is a requirement. And also what they said is, if we continue producing and consuming with our current speed, we are going to need 3 worlds in 2050 for everything, for water, for air, for other natural resources. So that's what I mean, but it's a necessity. This necessity, it makes us have to adjust to that as well. As Turkish business people, we cannot stop, we cannot just hold on. We have to also continue and make our systems manageable, and we have to do our part as well. Now, there are 2 important parts. The border carbon regulation, I think is gonna start in June or July. And everything is going to be decided and how it's going to be applied is going to be shown, and in 2023 it's going to be in effect. And the second point is, after the border carbon regulations, you can ask that how is the circular economy affecting this? You know, the second important point is circular economy. And for the circular economy, you know, most people know what is it, and lately it has been talked about, discussed a lot, and this is the we have used it before, you know, and
maddeyi kullanıp ürüne dönüştürüp tüketicinin attığı atıkların
the way that we produce right now, the model we use, as if we have infinite resources and infinite landfills, and having continuous growing landfills for trash is not sustainable, and it cannot continue. That's why we have to change this. And also people are asking if their production costs are going to increase. So everybody's wondering about that. What European Union is saying is all the products that I'm importing, starting from design, all the products should use sustainable materials, and we should design our economy around that, and we should continue with sustainable economy, and we should increase our efficiencies. For example, the output of an industry should be the input of another industry, or reusing all the materials and creating a cycle economy system is what they want to transition into. And the report developed by TÜRKONFED is very good. I think they also shown it greatly, and in basics this subject is focused on 7 industries. Now about circular economy, what are we doing in our works?
As you know, for sustainable targets, TÜSİAD TÜRKONFED was established. They established the Business World for Sustainable Targets. The point here was that sustainability would be made into a mainstream practice. So preparing the management for future and the climate change is our main agenda, and the green transition and circular economy, we want to speed them both up in line with EU Green Deal. So in a circular economy, both capacity involvement and solution designs, and we have conducted many other studies with many international institutions, local governments, and NGOs. We established a working group, and this working group organized a circular economy week in the first week of March, and our shareholders are Sustainable Development Association, Dünya Daily, and then we had a successful week, and the Sustainable Development Targets, Green Deal, carbon boundary regulations, a circular economy solution, sectoral approaches, innovation in circular economy, and financing, and many other issues that we talked was handled by 117 representatives of business world and experts. We hosted 32 sessions, and this basically was the first national event that we had similars were done in Europe. And we also prepared a circular economy guide, especially for startups and managements at different size. We created a guideline to raise awareness, and then we want to improve this guide on a sectoral basis. So this basically was a comprehensive work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to have to close the session now. You know, we will talk a lot. Okay, let me just add one last thing. We are preparing another project. Basically, it's a bold program. It involves many projects, and its name is the Green Transition of Turkish Industry. You know, you asked what we suggested, right? And we're going to be reaching out to the companies for carbon batteries and circular economy. We want to guide them, educate their own experts. And as it came out in the report that Dr. Nazlı presented, we want to remove the concerns about possible cost increases for the companies. Throughout their journeys, we will do measurements, and we want to walk together. You know, B4G, Business for Gold platform, it's not just a think tank, it is think and do tank. So we want to take action as well as a platform. This is why we receive budget from TÜSİAD and TÜRKONFED. And we are in the preparation phase of these comprehensive projects, and in the coming days we will share the details of the project. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a valuable information. Let me brief you what I understood from this panel, from this session. The first one is Dr. Nazlı Karamollaoğlu framed the report very well. You know, we have to endorse the Paris Agreement as soon as possible, and it's not a romantic matter. It's the future of us all together, future of the Turkish industry and the SMEs. The second point is the experience of the Unilever dictates, it indicates that, as put out by Mustafa Seçkin, it indicated that there is profitability in this transition, and he mentioned Unilever's experience on that, and it would improve profitability, not just for you, but your shareholders and partners as well. And doing that, you will care for your environment. The third point is, as was expressed by Mr. Van der Vende, the SMEs should exhibit enthusiasm and not worry about the financing. And one last thing is, as presented by Şükrü Ünlütürk, the SMEs are going to be guided by B4G, so they are ready to support the SMEs. The SMEs should show determination and stick with Mr. Ünlütürk. I think I have read the messages correctly, and I'd like to thank every speaker, and I appreciate the attendance of the audience. Thank you very much.
affımızı dileyerek görüşmek üzere.
Until we see each other again, stay healthy, stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeşil Dönüşüm paneli tamamlandı.
Green
Konuklarımızı...
Transition panel has been completed now. Thank you very much, all these speakers, and the Green Deal and the SMEs was shared as a report by TÜRKONFED. You can see the details of the report via TÜRKONFED's website. Now, we will have a short break, and after the break, we will talk about digital transformation. You know, TÜRKONFED is working on digital transformation with SMEs, and it had many broadcasts and many transformations, actually. And it is striving a lot of effort to pave the way for the SMEs in this day and age of technology. Digital Anatolia, Digital Transformation Center, and I Can Manage My Work are among the projects of TÜRKONFED. We will have a short break and then the last panel for the summit.
Ofiste herkesi etkilemek sanattır. Burada sanatçı, patron, şirketin geleceğini ben düşünürüm demek istemiş. Burada ben kendi ayaklarımın üzerinde dururum demiş. Burada sanatçı, şirketin tüm yükünü omuzlarım demek istemiş. Detaylardaki kusursuzluğa bakınca Arzum ile Ütü tam bir sanat işi. Akıllı buhar teknolojisi, turbo buhar pompası, iyonize tavanı ile Arzum Steam Art. Ütü sanatı.
KOBİ'lerin gücüne güç katmak amacıyla 2019 yılında hayata geçirilen İşimi Yönetebiliyorum projesi 1. yılında 6 ilde yüz yüze eğitimlerle 973 KOBİ temsilcisine ulaştı. 2. yılında hızla dijitalleşerek 6 webinarlık bir seriyle 550 KOBİ temsilcisine eğitimler sunarken 100'e yakın KOBİ'ye ücretsiz dijitalleşme desteği, 6 KOBİ patrondan patrona mentorluk hizmeti sağladı. 3. yılında bilgiyi, eğitimi ve dijitalleşmeyi KOBİ'lerin parmaklarının ucuna taşıyor. İşimiyönetebiliyorum.com internet sitesi, KOBİ'lerin ihtiyaç duyabileceği her türlü pratik bilgiyi sunarken, kullanıcı dostu online eğitim sistemi ile de eğitimlere herkesin bir tıkla istediği yerden, istediği zamanda ulaşmasını sağlıyor. Bu yılda 100'ün üzerinde KOBİ'ye dijitalleşme desteği sağlanması planlanan projede e-ticaret ve dijital pazarlama danışmanlığı desteklerine başvurmak, ilerleme ve başvuru durumunu takip etmek online eğitim sistemi üzerinden çok daha kolay. Hemen kayıt olup işimi yönetebiliyorum dünyasında yerinizi alın. İşinizi geleceğe taşıma fırsatını kaçırmayın.
Doğada her canlı kendisi ve sevdikleri için güvenli ve yaşanabilir yerler tasarlar. Bu tasarımların hepsinde soğuğa, yağmura, güneşe karşı koruma sağlayan, yaşamın kaynağı olan enerjiyi koruyan en önemli unsur yalıtımdır. Bu yüzden yaşam konforuna ve enerji tasarrufuna yönelik yalıtım çözümleri sunmak için 1965'ten beri yalıtımın başarıyla arkasındayız. Yalıtım sektörünün lider şirketi olarak her sene ISO ilk 500 listesine giriyor. Brand Finance raporuna göre Türkiye'nin en değerli 100 markası arasında yerimizi alıyoruz. Geniş bayi listemizle her sene daha da büyümeye ve ülke ekonomisine katkı sağlamaya devam ediyoruz. Türkiye'de yalıtım ve enerji tasarrufu bilincini yaymaya sağ olasınız hocam diyerek başladık. Bugün yaklaşık 300 bin metrekarelik alana sahip tesislerimizle, 6 farklı satış müdürlüğümüzle ve 700'ün üzerinde çalışanımızla faaliyet gösteriyor, ülke ekonomisine güç katıyoruz. Dilovası Taş Yünü Tesisi, Tarsus Cam Yünü ve Foamboard Üretim Tesisleri, Eskişehir Elastomerik Kauçuk ve Polietilen Köpük Üretim Tesisi, Gebze Gepkim Foamboard İzopor Tekiz Panel Üretim Tesislerinde, bina ve tesisat için yalıtım malzemeleri üretmenin yanı sıra vagonlardan evlerimizde kullanılan fırınlara, yangın kapılarından güneş kolektörlerine kadar geniş bir alanda ısı, ses ve yangın yalıtım ürünleri üretiyoruz. Çevreye ve insan sağlığına duyarlı, kaliteli üretim anlayışıyla tüm üretimlerimizi küreselleşen dünya standartlarına uygun olarak gerçekleştiriyoruz. Çevre, iş sağlığı ve güvenliğine çok önem veriyoruz. 56 yıldır 200 milyon tonun üzerinde petrole eşdeğer enerji tasarrufu sağladık. 650 milyon tonun üzerinde karbondioksitin atmosfere salınımını önledik. Başarılıyız ve başarılarımızla gurur duyuyoruz. Çünkü yaptığımız işin ne kadar önemli olduğunu biliyoruz. Türkiye'de yalıtım sektörünün öncüsü olmanın ötesinde güvenli, konforlu ve yaşanabilir bir dünya tasarlıyoruz. Ar-Ge ve inovasyona verdiğimiz önemle bugünü çevreye saygılı sürdürülebilir üretim anlayışımızla ve yalıtım bilincini yaygınlaştırarak yarınları yaşanabilir kılıyoruz. Bu yüzden de işimizi çok seviyor, yalıtımın arkasında İzo Cam var demekten büyük gurur duyuyoruz.
Covid-19 pandemisi özellikle mikro ve küçük ölçekli şirketleri olumsuz etkiledi. Bu dönemde mikro ölçekli şirketlerin %35'i, küçük ölçekli şirketlerin ise %24'ü faaliyetlerini durdurdu. Kadın girişimcilerin de çoğunlukla mikro ve küçük ölçekli işletmelerin sahipleri olduğunu düşünürsek, pandemi krizinin en çok kadınları etkilediğini söyleyebiliriz. Dolayısıyla orta vadede ayakta kalabilmeleri için kadın girişimcilerin her zamankinden daha fazla desteğe ihtiyacı var. İşte bu noktada Avrupa'da denizcilik ve lojistik sektörünün lider şirketlerinden DFDS, Kagider ile birlikte başlattığı Kadın İçin Taşıyoruz Kurumsal Sosyal Sorumluluk Projesi'ni duyurdu.
DFDS Akdeniz İş Birimi ve Kagider İşbirliği'nde yapılan bu proje aslında bizlerin bir düş birliği projesi. Bunu hayata geçirmek hepimizi çok heyecanlandırıyor.
Kagider Başkanı Emine Erdem'in düş birliği olarak nitelendirdiği proje kapsamında Kagider ve DFDS tarafından belirlenecek 50 kadın girişimciye girişimci başına 2 adet konteynerla 1 yıl süreyle ücretsiz taşımacılık desteği sunulacak. DFDS İstanbul Pendik, Yalova ve Mersin'den 14 büyük ro-ro gemisi ve 60 kilometreyi aşan gemi kapasitesiyle İtalya, Yunanistan ve Fransa'ya taşımacılık yapıyor.
DFDS olarak Kagider İşbirliği ile birlikte özellikle Avrupa'ya ihracat yapan kadın girişimcilerimizin taşımacılık ve lojistik anlamdaki maliyetlerine bir destek sağlamaya çalışıyoruz bu projemizle birlikte.
Kendi sektörünün lider konumunda olan şirket, bu gücü girişimci kadınların önündeki engelleri ortadan kaldırmak üzere kullanmak istiyor.
It's very important for DFDS that we support such projects, as it's important that women and men has the same opportunity in the business. So it's a part of the DFDS strategy to support such projects. So we're very glad and honored to be here.
DFDS Akdeniz İş Birimi'nin KAGİDER'le birlikte başlattığı Kadın İçin Taşıyoruz projesine seçilen kadın girişimcilerdensin. Bu projeyle nasıl bir fayda göreceksin? Biraz bunu konuşalım. Burada halihazırda pek çok kadın girişimcinin ürünleri Avrupa'ya taşındı. Bu obje ürünlerini de Yalova'dan set hattına Güney Fransa'ya taşımak hedefte. Daha büyük montanlı ihracatlara Yalova'dan Güney Fransa'ya ulaşmasını kıta Avrupa'ya sağlayacak bu proje.
Öncelikle Kadın İçin Taşıyoruz projesiyle bizi de bu işin içine kattıkları için zaten çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu kadın girişimciler için çok güç verici ve güzel bir hareket. Bonobje olarak da gerçekten ticaretimizi çok daha genişletip büyüteceğimize, Fransa üzerinden İskandinav, Hollanda ve İngiltere'ye kadar bizi inşallah güzel şeylerle buluşturacağını düşünüyorum. Ürünlerimizi de bonobje.com adresimizden ve Instagram adresimizden bize ulaşabilirler.
TÜRKONFED 23. Girişim ve İş Dünyası Zirvesi'ne tekrar hoş geldiniz. Zirvenin son paneline az sonra geçeceğiz. Dijital dönüşüm diyeceğiz. Bu kez TÜRKONFED
We're going to start the last session of the day. We're going to talk about digital transformation, and TÜRKONFED has been conducting many projects in the last 4 years for digital transformation. And we're going to start the digital transformation session. The shareholder of the panel is Visa, and I can manage my work initiative. You know, in 1900s, doubling of the knowledge would take 100 years, but as of today, it is 12 hours. So digital transformation is so fast, and it is presenting many differences to SMEs in terms of legal regulations and international standards as well. There are many, there's a huge amount of knowledge on that, and our speakers are going to share that with us. This session is going to be moderated by Mr. Ali Çağatay, News Coordinator of EcoTurk TV. We will have Mr. Levent Kızıltan, TÜBİSAT President. We will have Başak Taşpınar Deyim, Armut Founding Partner. We'll have Merve Tezel, Visa Turkey General Manager, and Barış Hocaoğlu, Istanbul Portfolio Management General Manager.
Evet, TÜRKONFED'in 23. Girişim ve İş Dünyası.
Yes, it is the 23rd Enterprise and Business Summit of TÜRKONFED, and this is an online panel, and welcome everyone. Let me just make a small introduction and present our speakers. We will have Levent Kızıltan, Turkey IT Association President. We will have Miss Başak Taşpınar Deyim from Armut, and we will have Merve Tezel from Visa Turkey, and Barış Hocaoğlu from Istanbul Portfolio Management General Manager. We will have about 6-7 minutes per person. I will start with Miss Başak and Miss Merve. So we will do it in a mixed manner. Harari, put together 2 books about today's world. The third is going to be a result of the 2. Homo sapiens and Homo Deus are basically summarizing today's world. And he gives an example. Wherever I go, when I go to airport, I talk with the people and I ask them where they're going. And whenever I ask, they say New Zealand, Australia, Canada, United States, Lithuania, Lithuania, Estonia, Germany, Holland, Denmark, Belgium. They basically say these countries. Until now, I've not seen anyone going to Russia or Mexico permanently. He doesn't say that he didn't see anyone going to Turkey for permanent residence, but I can say that. Well, digital world is trapping us at homes in a way, and on the other hand, it is expanding our sphere of freedom. If we can utilize, we basically could enter into a world with larger freedoms. So we have about 40 minutes in total. If you speak 5-6 minutes each, and I will complement what you said, and we'll be covering the session. I'm not going to ask a question. Please, everyone, please speak on for your own sector in a compact manner. We have Başak Taşpınar, the founding partner of Armut. The floor is yours. You have 7 minutes. You can speak shorter, but hopefully not longer. The floor is yours. Hello, everyone.
Tamam, küçük bir aradan sonra tekrar merhaba herkese. Teşekkür ederim öncelik verdiğiniz için.
Thank you very much for putting me first.
Hizmet sektörüyle ilgili neler yaşadığımızı bu dijitalleşme.
I'm going to talk about what happened in the services sector in terms of digitalization. Armut, you probably know that it provides more than 4,000 services, and it brings together those who want the service and those who provide. So it's a services platform, and we want to provide easy and quality access to these services. We were suffering from certain issues, and we didn't want other people to suffer from the same things. This is how it started. Starting from our own social circles, I got back from the United States, by the way. I lived in the US for 8 years. And when we started this initiative for the first time, they said, you're over-Americanized because you wouldn't really have, plumbers online. This is what they said, but we started anyway. And, the online platform started with the commerce. The services followed the commerce, because services are a little bit more difficult to digitalize. The services, person-to-person services, well, how can we make that service digital? We were looking for that. With the technology that we created, people started having access to quality and fast service, and technology basically allows that. On a Sunday, for example, you can answer 5 questions and reach out to that painter. So this facilitation is what we are doing, and we are a leading company in the services sector. Until pandemic, we indicated a fast growth. It was basically 2,800% in the first year. And our growth is continuing. And this indicates that we are all benefiting from the digital. When you put the right product and the right services in front of the people, you make their life easier. So digitalization is inevitable. The COVID process, after it entered our world, we took many steps in a couple months that would normally take tens of years. So not just for my own business, going to the market was something fun for me. I would just leave my children back and have that time for myself. And I wouldn't imagine, giving orders of the market stuff online. But our life changed very fast and we started utilizing technology. Well, we didn't go around the streets to find a good master, a good plumber or painter, but we started seeing the evaluations of the plumbers and painters online. We started having meetings online like we do now, and we realized that conferences could take place as such. In this regard, technology basically grabbed our hands and enabled us to connect each other. Even it allows us to maintain our mental health. We saw the utility of technology, especially in the COVID process. Certain services are provided at home, and the COVID is moving on full force. And in 2 days, we will have a complete shutdown in Turkey. Many SMEs were affected negatively. We have more than 600,000 service providers in Armut, in thousands of sectors, and they go to houses to provide these services, and they are going to be limited by the shutdown. So I believe digital in overall evaluation expands our world, and if we develop the right products, it's going to provide a lot of utility, and I see that firsthand. I see that in the developments that we are making in many initiatives in different fields. We develop technologies and provide utility for the people. In this regard, what we are doing is valuable. The pandemic has been an advantage, and it provided a huge impetus for the growth of Armut. We started having difficulties, for example, for the services that are provided at home, but you can find a personal trainer online, or you can start learning German, via a digital imaging technology. So it makes our life more practical. So this is all I have to say basically about the digitalization process. But one more thing, on the employer side, on the employee side, most of them are regarded as blue-collar workers. How is the work going to be done? If you present them the right product, they are going to use it. If they're not using, it's a mistake of the developer. It's our mistake, basically. So if we present them the right product, they will use it, utilize it. Some of our craftsmen, sometimes they work via their children. The children are digital native. And after a while, they start seeing the utility, and they even change their smartphones, to be faster and more accurate. So the technology developers, of course, the big burden lies on us. Thank you very much, Başaktaş Pınar. I remember the growth of Armut.com. I was at the Bloomberg TV back in the time, and you are at an unbelievable position now, and we're happy to see that. By the way, I'm sorry for the stains on my head. I got sunburned. I may look like a map now, and I'm sorry for that. We'll move on with Mr. Kızıltan, president of TÜBİSAD, present us a universe of IT. You know, what kind of universe do we have to get our rightful position in the world? You have 7 minutes. The floor is yours. You know, this is a difficult and comprehensive question. You know, I'm not going to start with the evolution of the universe, but let's start with the SMEs. The digital transformation, well, we should have a nice conceptual definition for that. After that, we can evaluate the contribution of the IT sector to that. Digital transformation is presented as a miraculous word. You know, economy experts and authors, columnists are presenting Industry 4.0, you know, since especially Davos 2018, and you are talking about these things. You know, Industry 4.0, digital transformation, and when we talk about these issues, we sometimes have difficulties with the companies. The issue could be evaluated in two parts. The first part involves with digitalization. It is basically about an effective use of the data, and it involves every activity regarding that. But in digital transformation, we're not limited to the computers and relevant stuff. We're talking about a transformation of the business model, and it comes in waves. For the first time, we didn't see these issues for the first time in 2020. In 1994, you know, the internet came to our lives, and we started using web browsers, and e-business like Amazon and Expedia came to the fore. And at the beginning of 2000s, we witnessed a crash of .coms, and then they were rationalized. And to follow the developments of that took place in the United States and Europe, we the rest of the world started reorganizing their works. China started utilizing reverse engineering processes and create a level of technology that is not far from the United States. And digital transformation is basically the third wave. Looking at the digital index, Turkey ranks somewhere in the middle. So in our sector, about the size of our sector, we underline this fact. Turkey should implement holistic and integrated programs in technology, and doing that, it should focus on the HR alongside the business people. So speaking of the technology, you know, the HR dimension could be sometimes, it can be ignored, but with the transformation of the technology, the HR is going to transform as well. Speaking of new technologies, you know, advanced analytics, AI, robotic systems, and cybersecurity that should come with this. They have to do with having the skilled labor. About 140,000 people are employed in the IT sector in Turkey, and we have to increase this significantly, because the Digital Compass program that is implemented by EU mentions about 20 million IT personnel as of 2030, and we have a lot to do for that. Of course, it's not just about the public authorities, it has to do with the private actors as well. And the SMEs should be convinced for that transformation as well. And because the business models are going through a creative destruction, and we have to prepare for that. You know, there was a meeting recently, and I said there, you know, when we look at Tesla, a lot of people see an electric car. Tesla is changing a business model, a lifestyle. And how is it doing that? Once you create a car out of an electric engine and computer, you can connect it to the systems, you can create unmanned vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and you can connect the car to different service environments. For example, when you're driving, you can ask for a mechanic, and you can identify on the way where you're going to charge your car. So these are all changing the lifestyles that we have. This is why SMEs are not just, they should not only adopt themselves to IT technologies, but also adapt themselves to the developing business models, and that is the only way to survive in an extremely competitive world. This is all I have to say for the first question. We may not be able to have the second round, but if we do, I'll give the floor to you. Thank you very much. We listened to Levent Kızıltan, who's at present. Now we're going to have Merve Tezel. She's the general manager of Visa Turkey. You know, the banks and payment services, well, there is a fluidity and exchange of positions between the two entities, and banks are limiting themselves to monetary issues, but the payment institutions are acquiring new instruments and new openings, and this is why they reach out to an audience that expands continuously. I think you are one of those institutions that do not change their position, the card payment systems. Most likely you're going to keep growing. All right, Ms. Tezel, you have 7 minutes, but we would be tolerating if you speak a little longer. If we have the second round, you will have the right to speak.
Çok süreci kapsamakla birlikte.
Of course, we are talking about digitalization, and that's including a lot of different things. But of course, payment is very important, and for commerce, we have to have payment systems, and we have to work with every single part of the industry and every different kinds of industries. Of course, in time, we are one of the industries that has to be developing rapidly and have to lead the systems. Of course, the system has been developed by banks at first, but back in 50s, but now this is taking for us. Of course, SMEs, digitalization of SMEs is very important, and with the pandemic, what we see is digitalization is very important, and being able to sell digitally and reach customers and be able to process payments is very important, especially for daily cash flow. And people, the SMEs who depend on walk-in customers in their physical stores, is very hard for those people. The pandemic is affecting them a lot. There are a lot of customers who prefer to use online in the pandemic, and also being able to pay without touching and without having any physical interaction is very important as well. So pandemic created new needs for SMEs and companies. There's an analysis that we have done in Europe, and we use the data from the different shops and sale areas, and of course there are a lot of sales and physical sales have lowered. And if you take a look at the different SMEs that have been able to continue working, and the, the SMEs that has integrated into the digital system and kept selling their products online has increased their turnover. To be able to continue, to be able to adapt is very important for SMEs, and they have a turnover increase of about 15%. I think if we were to show it as an important opportunity as well, you know, being agile and is very important. Of course, there are other different things, you know, sales through phones or having the equipment and product ready so it can be purchased or picked up immediately from the store. And there are other different things that make it easier for the pandemic. And as Ms. Başak also has said, you know, it used to be a lot harder for an SME to join the online markets, but right now big developments and the big companies also allow SMEs to join the online system and online markets. Quickly, I would like to talk about, you know, in the respect of trends for the payment systems. We have thought that things will take years to develop, but it has happened in months in the pandemic. And, you know, without contact, we had that system on credit cards, but our customers usually used it how they were used to. Turkey is the first country that increased their contact-free shopping limits, and as we can see, half of face-to-face interactions happen contactless, and that's why I think this is a requirement for the customers and people in Turkey quickly. As Mr. Levent also said, maybe we are in the middle for digitalization, but about learning and adapting the new technology, we are very quick about it. That's why it's being used rapidly right now. And the second part is the e-commerce. Of course, e-commerce always existed in Turkey, and it was about 15 to 20% in payments. And with the pandemic, we have seen an increase in that. And there are some examples. For example, at the start of the pandemic, for example, in the first couple of months, 5 million credit cards have been used online for the first time. So they tried it for the first time. So, and a year later, right now, e-commerce spending for online is more than double right now. And businesses and SMEs that accept online payment has increased 37%, and this is very important. And I think digitalization is possible, and there are a lot of SMEs that have managed to digitalize. Of course, this is not just about turnover, but also employment in our daily lives and in their places in daily lives. It's very important stakeholders. So to improve SMEs, we have to give some effort. You know, that's why we created the infrastructure of contactless payments, and also the fact that we started the usage of cell phones as a credit card. You know, you can use your credit card on an Android phone, and you can do your payment by holding your card into a phone. So without having to do any investments, this allows SMEs to get payments through just using their current technological devices they already own. Of course, these are very much needed, and it's easier to access right now. And what we say is there are a lot of resources. If we are not going to continue with the second part, please continue. We have a project that we have been working on for a long time. We are partnered with the United Nations Development Program and TÜRKONFED. And the aim is increasing the potential and development of the SMEs in Turkey. When we first started it with research and in the digital part, when we have taken a look at it, it was below 50%. The SMEs that were able to sell online, it was less than 50. And 50% was never doing any sales online. And 1/3 didn't even have any website or anything, and 5% didn't have any online advertisement, and 62% didn't have mobile applications or anything. So that's why we started these trainings, and we gone around Turkey to other provinces, and we have taken different professors and academics with us, and we have supplied these trainings to SMEs, more than 1,000 SMEs, and they improved their abilities and their budgeting and their usage of the digital systems. Of course, after the pandemic, we have turned these trainings to online systems. And since then, we have also added 600 more copies in these trainings. And we are also presenting a digital supply support package. And we have also other projects with TÜRKONFED and with our own employees. As for content, especially for corporatization, and these usually focusing on digitalization corporate system and different practical requirements. You know, these might be seeming too big to different people, but this is very applicable. Our banks are very great about this. Their fintech is also very supportive.
KOBİ'ler burayı bir fırsat olarak kullanabiliyor. Bunları gördük.
The SMEs that were able to adapt to these systems, they can turn it into an opportunity. And with our banks and with our systems, we try to support them with our projects. Thank you very much, Mrs. Merve. You have explained it very clearly, and we learned a lot from you. Now let's continue with Mr. Barış, Istanbul Portfolio General Manager. I would also like to say another thing. I have seen an interview with Fatih Erbakan, and they ask him, you know, the vaccination and digital world is also making us stay closed indoors, and you know, they are saying the vaccines are made up and whatnot, and they are saying, for example, that they've taken the AIDS vaccine to Africa, and they are saying they are stopping the thing, but the problem is AIDS don't have any vaccine. So finding a vaccine is another problem, and trusting the vaccine is another thing, another problem. And the belief problem is changing its place, as we can see. I don't know if we can see that far. I can say it's going quickly. I trust Bill Gates' predictions a lot, you know. I don't think the people who are right for conspiracy theories, those people are saying they have AIDS vaccines, and they are entirely wrong. So what Bill Gates said last June was, in a tweet, was, you know, to develop a vaccine, you need a minimum of 1 year. The world has made a miracle happen, actually, because they created a couple of vaccines faster than a year. And he said 4 points. He said they're going to find a vaccine. Pfizer is going to find it. And this will be effective, and it won't be able to be used before November. And he was right for everything. And of course, in the Turkish media, they are saying that He said they are investing in BioNTech. Maybe they would have known that because of that, but it's not that simple. You know, if it was that simple, all of us could have known. Of course, people are listening to us or not. You know, people who are in this meeting or the live stream, for example, if we were to take a step closer to the science, it will be better for all of us. And what I hope is that we are actually going towards science. And I think we will get rid of the lies and traditional beliefs. Of course, your function is very important. And if you didn't exist, because nothing will happen, because you're gonna have to find money and move money, and systems can happen only after that. How can how can we model it? What kind of a model will happen? What are the futuristic things that will happen tomorrow that doesn't exist today? You have 7 minutes of time. You can extend it a little bit. Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. Of course, when you say futuristic before, without going too overboard, I would like to talk about it. When you take a look at the development of our work, you also know the markets as well, as much as we do, and the markets, stock markets in Turkey, and the entrance in the digital systems. And it seems like we are talking that it doesn't have a past, you know. You know as well, you know, data vendors you can make processes through data vendors. You can buy tickets, for example, airplane tickets. And after the machine learning and AI systems have appeared in the last 10 to 15 years, there are algorithms that do their own trading and other things. And in here, our industry as well, the AI is taking its place instead of people. Of course, in these developments, there's something that we can't take away, and those are the feelings and emotions. Those are always part of our job. That's why I think for the humans, I think these will be increasing in importance. I would also like to take a look at a side that affects us more. As a company, for example, what is entrepreneurship capital? You know, we are trying to invest in a lot of firms as a leader in investment. That this may be startups or other companies. We are also going to investors, and we present them these things because, as you know, we have to find money first. Because SMEs, for example, technological SMEs, as Ms. Levent also said, so that we can forward them into developing areas. For example, Nasdaq, the biggest S&P 500 was the biggest stock exchange in America. In 60s, when a company has entered this, they could have stayed in there for 62 years. You know, indexes usually get updated. There are a number of companies in indexes, and you know, you remove two of them, you add two of them, for example. The average time they spend in the list is 62 years, but now currently it's 10 years. What we realize is what's happening, digitalization is very important. World is digitalization, and firms that use these systems, they just knock over the big boys and they take their places. To give an example, for example, Hilton International, one of the biggest hotels chain. For example, one of them is Wikipedia, and it's digital data as well. This is an anonymized data, but I assume it's correct. about 6,500 hotels and 1 million rooms, and it have been found 102 years ago. I'm not gonna say the market capitalization. The other one doesn't have any hotels, doesn't have any rooms. It has been founded in 2008. Hilton is worth $35 billion, but Airbnb is worth $106 billion. Even if you had a million rooms, even if you had many franchises, all the purchasing people, all the chains, supply chains, they are a giant. And all of them, all of their worth is $35 billion. But on the other hand, a digital service that employs 100 people, they are democratizing the systems, and they are just making a system, and they are 3 times Hilton without any rooms, with a minimal number of employees, for example. As our listeners also would like that, more than 40,000 members of TÜRKFED, for example, should take a look at this, because if we do not improve and develop and innovate, somebody else would come and they would do it better, and they would remove us from our place. That's why I think this is very important. We should definitely care about developing the systems, and at that point, we are going to have to talk about the infrastructure and education. These kinds of educations are very important, as Ms. Merve Tezel also said. Maybe in Turkey, for example, instead of making an Istanbul finance center, or if we had make an Istanbul IT center, it would definitely would have more value in 10 years. Mr. Levent also said the example of the testing, and Tesla manufactures 100,000 vehicles, but their market value is a lot more than Ford or BMW. Maybe it's not a fair valuation for Tesla right now, but they are changing the future. That's why they are getting investment. That's why when we try to get investments, of course, conventional industries are always going to be here, but their way of business, their processes would have to be developed. And we should we should definitely take a look at these areas as well. Our investment industry is also the same. Maybe algorithms are going to take a lot of jobs, creativity and soul is going to be the human's part on these systems. The wave is big, the change is big, and in the last 10 years, it's very rapidly happening, and in the last years, we realized in the next 10 years, it's definitely going to rapidly accelerate, and that's all I want to say. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your speech was great, and you used your time greatly. He is the Istanbul Portfolio General Manager. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. Miss Marve used her extra time. Of course, if she would like, I can give her more time as well. Mr. Barış is also includes you. Mr. Levent, if you had anything to add for a couple of minutes, because that's what you said. Other than that, I am going to start with the closing. Thank you. You presented with more time. What I wanted to say was, I thought other friends would like to talk a second time as well, but continuing on what also Barış also said, I would like to say a couple of things. For TÜRKONFED, for example, the project they had with Visa, and everything that Bill Gates also said, and also Barış also said, the algorithm trading and everything, this is all based on technology. So technology is not what's important, these are targets. When Bill Gates is talking about them. He's not talking about the conspiracy theory. When Bill Gates was saying that, he's saying that we are in the gene technology, we are going forward so much. The works that can be made in those areas, combined with the current computational power of the computers, takes a couple of days instead of a couple of years. So we are also going towards another world. We should remember that this is not just because of business models, but it is also about capitalism. For example, comparing the valuation of Tesla between compared to conventional car manufacturers says that the world is changing. And I think what our SMEs should know, and they already know this, but this is instead of using low cost manufacturing.
Merve Hanım'ın söylediği gibi orada pratik
As
olmayı tercih
Miss Merve also said, they prefer to be practical because if you are practical, you get faster results. But when you want to go on with investment and innovation, it takes time. We are not a patient people, and we need to have patience, and we need to combine our patience with information. We shouldn't just focus on, we should stop inflation and we should get low interest rate loans, or, in tomorrow's world, these are not going to happen. We should include innovation in our business models and integrate them with us. We shouldn't only look at Turkey for our markets. We should see our markets in Europe, in world, because there are no other ways. If we do not go over there, they're gonna come here and take our market from us. We should be careful. Thank you. Miss Marve, anything you would like to add? I mean, I'm just gonna say to encourage people, as we have also seen in the trainings as well, a lot of the SMEs that we work together, some of them are practical, but some of them are strategical. We are not just working on digitalization, of course, but when you realize some important things in a short amount of time, especially in the pandemic, of course, you can't make long-term plans maybe, but realizing that internalizing these things, they definitely get results. So encourage people. Maybe we are behind in a lot of different areas, but we are quick and we are practical, and those are our advantages. We can rapidly and quickly develop, and I definitely agree with Mr. Levent, and because this is an investment, this is a long-term point, and you shouldn't be depressed about this thing, and I think our SMEs can get these advantages. And Mrs. Barish, if you would like to add something, you can listen to you as well. I'm not going to take a lot of time, but what I'm going to remind is, this is especially from the perspective of SMEs, these startups and new businesses are more important every day. In 1, 2, 3 years, they reach great valuation. For example, a gaming company can be sold for $1.8 billion. These numbers that we haven't heard in IPOs of giants back when. So also, government also has a policy, and social organizations also have their own roles, and we are trying to do our part. We are trying to invest in that. Hopefully, the government will also help. And I think financing companies like us will help as well for our development. Thank you very much for all of our participants. To be President Levent Kızıltan, Miss Başak Pınar, founding partner of Armut, Vice Turkey General Manager Merve Tezel, Istanbul Portföy General Manager Barış Hocalı. We wish you all a happy day. See you later. Take care of yourself. Have a nice day. We would also like to thank our participants in Digital Transformation panel. That was our final panel, and we have talked about new generation manufacturing and green transition also. And we have also talked about the Green Deal of Europe, and it's a roadmap for us. There are a lot of things that has been done, and there are a lot of things that should be done until 2030. And we have also shared a report about this subject and published it. And this research will provide a strategy and roadmap for SMEs in Turkey as well. You can take a look at it from the website of TÜRKONFED. Thank you for watching us all day. This has happened with help of Istanbul Portföy, Konrad Adana Urvaklı, and İşimi Yönetebiliyorum Project, also İzhocam, DFDS, and Arzum Oktan's support has helped us generate it, and the media supporter was Dünya newspaper. Different news, known important personalities has been with us, and the opening speeches was the president of TÜRKONFED Orhan Turan and TÜSİAD president Simon Kalsovski, and they have also talked about the green transition and the importance of this transition. At the end of the summit, let's say, for all of us, it is the time of transformation. Thank you very much for joining us. Goodbye.
Doğada her canlı kendisi ve sevdikleri için güvenli ve yaşanabilir yerler tasarlar. Bu tasarımların hepsinde soğuğa, yağmura, güneşe karşı koruma sağlayan, yaşamın kaynağı olan enerjiyi koruyan en önemli unsur yalıtımdır. Bu yüzden yaşam konforuna ve enerji tasarrufuna yönelik yalıtım çözümleri sunmak için 1965'ten beri yalıtımın başarıyla arkasındayız. Yalıtım sektörünün lider şirketi olarak her sene ISO ilk 500 listesine giriyor. Brand Finance raporuna göre Türkiye'nin en değerli 100 markası arasında yerimizi alıyoruz. Geniş bayi ağımız ve ihracat kapasitemizle her sene daha da büyümeye ve ülke ekonomisine katkı sağlamaya devam ediyoruz. Türkiye'de yalıtım ve enerji tasarrufu bilincini yaymaya sağ olasınız hocam diyerek başladık. Bugün yaklaşık 300 bin metrekarelik alana sahip tesislerimizle, 6 farklı satış müdürlüğümüzle ve 700'ün üzerinde çalışanımızla faaliyet gösteriyor, ülke ekonomisine güç katıyoruz. Dilovası Taş Yünü Tesisi, Tarsus Cam Yünü ve Foamboard Üretim Tesisleri, Eskişehir Elastomerik Kauçuk ve Polietilen Köpük Üretim Tesisi, Gebze Gepkim Foamboard İzopor Tekiz Panel Üretim Tesislerinde, bina ve tesisat için yalıtım malzemeleri üretmenin yanı sıra vagonlardan evlerimizde kullanılan fırınlara, yangın kapılarından güneş kolektörlerine kadar geniş bir alanda ısı, ses ve yangın yalıtım ürünleri üretiyoruz. Çevreye ve insan sağlığına duyarlı, kaliteli üretim anlayışıyla tüm üretimlerimizi küreselleşen dünya standartlarına uygun olarak gerçekleştiriyoruz. Çevre, iş sağlığı ve güvenliğine çok önem veriyoruz. 56 yıldır 200 milyon tonun üzerinde petrole eşdeğer enerji tasarrufu sağladık. 650 milyon tonun üzerinde karbondioksitin atmosfere salınımını önledik. Başarılıyız ve başarılarımızla gurur duyuyoruz. Çünkü yaptığımız işin ne kadar önemli olduğunu biliyoruz. Türkiye'de yalıtım sektörünün öncüsü olmanın ötesinde güvenli, konforlu ve yaşanabilir bir dünya tasarlıyoruz. Ar-Ge ve inovasyona verdiğimiz önemle bugünü çevreye saygılı sürdürülebilir üretim anlayışımızla ve yalıtım bilincini yaygınlaştırarak yarınları yaşanabilir kılıyoruz. Bu yüzden de işimizi çok seviyor, yalıtımın arkasında İzocam var demekten büyük gurur duyuyoruz.
Covid-19 pandemisi özellikle mikro ve küçük ölçekli şirketleri olumsuz etkiledi. Bu dönemde mikro ölçekli şirketlerin %35'i, küçük ölçekli şirketlerin ise %24'ü faaliyetlerini durdurdu. Kadın girişimcilerin de çoğunlukla mikro ve küçük ölçekli işletmelerin sahipleri olduğunu düşünürsek, pandemi krizinin en çok kadınları etkilediğini söyleyebiliriz. Dolayısıyla orta vadede ayakta kalabilmeleri için kadın girişimcilerin her zamankinden daha fazla desteğe ihtiyacı var. İşte bu noktada Avrupa'da denizcilik ve lojistik sektörünün lider şirketlerinden DFDS, Kagider ile birlikte başlattığı Kadın için Taşıyoruz Kurumsal Sosyal Sorumluluk Projesi'ni duyurdu.
DFDS Akdeniz İş Birimi ve Kagider İşbirliği'nde yapılan bu proje aslında bizlerin bir düş birliği projesi. Bunu hayata geçirmek hepimizi çok heyecanlandırıyor.
Kagider Başkanı Emine Erdem'in düş birliği olarak nitelendirdiği proje kapsamında Kagider ve DFDS tarafından belirlenecek 50 kadın girişimciye girişimci başına 2 adet konteynerla 1 yıl süreyle ücretsiz taşımacılık desteği sunulacak. DFDS İstanbul Pendik, Yalova ve Mersin'den 14 büyük ro-ro gemisi ve 60 kilometreyi aşan gemi kapasitesiyle İtalya, Yunanistan ve Fransa'ya taşımacılık yapıyor.
DFDS olarak Kagider İşbirliği ile birlikte özellikle Avrupa'ya ihracat yapan kadın girişimcilerimizin taşımacılık ve lojistik anlamdaki maliyetlerine bir destek sağlamaya çalışıyoruz bu projemizle birlikte.
Kendi sektörünün lider konumunda olan şirket, bu gücü girişimci kadınların önündeki engelleri ortadan kaldırmak üzere kullanmak istiyor.
It's very important for DFDS that we support such projects, as it's important that women and men has the same opportunity in the business. So it's a part of the DFDS strategy to support such projects. So we're very glad and honored to be here.
DFDS Akdeniz İş Birimi'nin Kagider'le birlikte başlattığı Kadın için Taşıyoruz projesine seçilen kadın girişimcilerdensin. Bu projeyle nasıl bir fayda göreceksin? Biraz bunu konuşalım. Burada halihazırda pek çok kadın girişimcinin ürünleri Avrupa'ya taşındı. Bonavuje ürünlerini de Yalova'dan Tek hattına Güney Fransa'ya taşımak hedefte. Daha büyük montanlı ihracatlara Yalova'dan Güney Fransa'ya ulaşmasını kıta Avrupa'ya sağlayacak bu proje. Öncelikle Kadın için Taşıyoruz projesiyle bizi de bu işin içine kattıkları için zaten çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu kadın girişimciler için çok güç verici ve güzel bir hareket. Bonobje olarak da gerçekten ticaretimizi çok daha genişletip büyüteceğimize, Fransa üzerinden İskandinav, Hollanda ve İngiltere'ye kadar bizi inşallah güzel şeylerle buluşturacağını düşünüyorum. Ürünlerimizi de bonobje.com adresimizden ve Instagram adresimizden bize ulaşabilirler.
Küçük ev aletlerinin öncüsü Arzum olarak milyonlarca ortağımız var. Zeynep'le ortak olduğumuzda heyecandan fincanlar bile titriyordu. Şimdi onları direkt fincana servis yapan Türk kahvesi makinesi okka dolduruyor. Aylin yeni doğmuştu, biz annesinin ortağıydık. Bugün Teknoart'la Aylin'in de mutfağındayız. Güzide Hanım'la ortaklığımız 70'lerde ilk süpürgemizle başladı. Kendisi artık akıllı Olympia Smart kullanıyor. Süpürme işi Ahmet Bey'de. Bitmek bilmeyen inovasyon arzumuzla milyonlarca evde ortağımız var. Arzum, evlerin ortak noktası.
KOBİ'lerin gücüne güç katmak amacıyla 2019 yılında hayata geçirilen İşimi Yönetebiliyorum projesi, 1. yılında 6 ilde yüz yüze eğitimlerle 973 KOBİ temsilcisine ulaştı. 2. yılında hızla dijitalleşerek 6 webinarlık bir seriyle 550 KOBİ temsilcisine eğitimler sunarken 100'e yakın KOBİ'ye ücretsiz dijitalleşme desteği, 6 KOBİ patrondan patrona mentorluk hizmeti sağladı. 3. yılında bilgiyi, eğitimi ve dijitalleşmeyi KOBİ'lerin parmaklarının ucuna taşıyor. İşimiyönetebiliyorum.com internet sitesi, KOBİ'lerin ihtiyaç duyabileceği her türlü pratik bilgiyi sunarken, kullanıcı dostu online eğitim sistemiyle de eğitimlere herkesin bir tıkla istediği yerden, istediği zamanda ulaşmasını sağlıyor. Bu yılda 100'ün üzerinde KOBİ'ye dijitalleşme desteği sağlanması planlanan projede, e-ticaret ve dijital pazarlama danışmanlığı desteklerine başvurmak, ilerleme ve başvuru durumunu takip etmek online eğitim sistemi üzerinden çok daha kolay. Hemen kayıt olup İşimi Yönetebiliyorum dünyasında yerinizi alın. İşinizi geleceğe taşıma fırsatını kaçırmayın.
Ofiste herkesi etkilemek sanattır. Burada sanatçı, patron, şirketin geleceğini ben düşünürüm demek istemiş. Burada ben kendi ayaklarımın üzerinde dururum demiş. Burada sanatçı, şirketin tüm yükünü omuzlarım demek istemiş. Detaylardaki kusursuzluğa bakınca Arzum ile ütü tam bir sanat işi. Akıllı buhar teknolojisi, turbo buhar pompası, iyonize tavanı ile Arzum Steam Art, ütü sanatı.
Taşımacılıkta çözüm ortağınız DFDS. 150 yıldan uzun süredir milyonlarca işletme, onlar için önemli olanın deniz yolu, demir yolu ve karayoluyla taşınmasında bize güveniyor. Eşsiz taşıma ağımızla büyük ya da küçük tüm taşımacılık ihtiyaçlarınıza Akdeniz ve Avrupa genelinde hizmet veriyoruz. Gelişimin yayılması için faaliyet gösterdiğimiz her yerde yatırım yapıyoruz. Karmaşık süreçleri basitleştiriyor, işletmenizin ve tedarik zincirinizin niteliklerine özel taşımacılık çözümleri üretiyoruz. Kuzey Afrika'yı Avrupa ve Türkiye'ye bağlıyoruz. Demiryolu, deniz yolu ve karayolunda rekabetçi ve sürdürülebilir taşımacılık hizmetleri sunuyoruz. İtalya, Yunanistan ve Fransa'daki limanlarımız üzerinden 5 rotada 15 büyük ro-ro gemisiyle faaliyet gösteriyoruz. Trieste limanındaki serbest liman düzenlemeleri ise burayı doğal bir ticaret merkezi haline getiriyor. Siz nerede olursanız olun, ekip arkadaşlarımız tam olarak ihtiyaç duyduğunuz hizmeti sağlamak için aralıksız çalışıyor. Sorumluluk sahibi, esnek ve işbirliğine yatkın bir ekip olarak kesintisiz, kaliteli hizmet sağlıyor, müşterilerimize karşı özen, bağlılık ve saygıyla hareket ediyoruz. DFDS, we move for all to grow.